32.
Shot on my pencil, so I, in 96, I won a paper.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSon Infinity offers, then Rag Photographic is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographic is a great choice.
Well, good morning to everyone out there in streaming land and here in sunny downtown Melbourne, Dandenong. Where are we? I'm not exactly sure. It's Narre-Warring, there we go. My name is Peter Eastway, and that's why I am geographically indisposed, but they've put me in charge of the landscape category here, probably because of my geography knowledge. As you can see, we are judging here at the Australian Photographic Prize. We are judging part of the Epson Print Awards, and the landscape category is sponsored by CanSon Infinity, and I think I've got most of my advertising sponsorship obligations out of the way, so hopefully. But we do love Epson for its prints and CanSon for its paper, and I wouldn't say that if I weren't an ambassador for both brands, but there we go. So we've got a wonderful panel here. It's the crowd's building up. We've probably got about 3,000 people out there at the moment, so I don't want anyone to feel intimidated at all. We've got Adam, we've got Mark, we've got Jackie, we've got Francis, we've got Bill sitting in the hot seats as the judges. We've got Robin up there as a spare judge, and we've got another couple that are floating around, but I think they're looking for coffees. So, landscape. For the purpose of this competition, a landscape is a photograph of natural scenery, but may include people or man-made elements, provided none of these additional elements dominates the photograph. Composite images, including stitched panoramas, are allowed if the digital post-production does not distort the original content. Well, I think I better go home about now, don't I? So anyway, but there we go. So that's they're the rules, and we don't need to worry about that because the competition organisers have vetted it, but obviously if there's an issue you can raise that, but privately, and we can deal with that behind the scenes. But all of the images, we've just had a quick run through, and so we've appraised the standard. We've got some amazing work to work through. What do I do next? Do I say first picture? Before we do, remembering that we've got slightly different categories. We've got finalists, which is 90 and above. We've got semi-finalists, which are 80 to 89. We've got commended, which are from 70 to 79. And then we've got below the finalist standard. So we're judging from 50 up to 100. And that's just a little bit different. So we're obviously looking for the finalists to get the big prize at the end of the day, but I figure everybody out there in streaming land understands that. All right, Peter, you've talked long enough. Okay, Pete, I'll get on with it then. First print. Oh, isn't it wonderful to say print? First print, please. I love it. And we have 4 wonderful blue coats out the back here giving us a hand, and I can see John in front of me. I've got Xavier, I've got Katie, and I've got Josie. So they're all helping, so making sure that the prints are beautifully and expertly laid in the tabloid in front of us. Now, for those of you behind the scenes in streaming land that can't see, the judges have all got up to inspect the print at close quarters. They're looking carefully. Bifocals, trifocals and quadfocals are being applied. They're assessing the images, they're returning to their seats, pulling out their personal electronic devices, and they will punch in a score. Natasha over there, who's my scribe, and she's actually running the show, she will be looking at things and keeping me on the straight and narrow, and she's already indicated I'm going overtime in my talking. Now, somebody do the live streaming people get to see the scores as they come up? Okay, there we go. All right. So we have a score of 73, which is a commended. And I'm going to ask, let me see, I'm just going to see whether we've got the same. Was it Francis who scored 76, or was that Mark? Mark, okay, I've got to work out which order they are. Just a quick comment as, we've got a commended image here, which is great. Maybe just to get a few points next time, what would you suggest?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just watching the tonalities, particularly in the shadow regions. There seems to be a little bit of kind of muddiness at the top of the tree, and a little bit of kind of strangeness in the gradation through the shadow work down that trunk.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mark. And next print, please. Now, Natasha, am I doing everything right? Have we got everything happening at the back end? That's wonderful. So am I looking good? Am I looking like I know what I'm doing yet? A little bit more work. Or maybe Francis has to. Okay, righto, there we go. And we press the calculate button, and we've got a commended at 78. So we're almost up there in terms of the semi-finalist range. There's a wonderful shape and patterns, etc. I think they're beautifully presented, etc. Maybe a little bit more depth and saturation, not necessarily of colour, but of tone on the right might actually give that image a little bit more gravitas, a little bit more grounding, do you think, judges? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Next print, please.
Yes, yeah. I just saw the screen flicker. I don't expect the screen to flicker.
So we have a 71, which is in the commended range. Francis, you made eye contact with me. Just a quick comment on how the entrant might just get a few points more.
Okay, I think it's a lovely scene. Is that working? Yeah, yeah.
Everybody loud enough there? Yep.
Beautiful light, lovely time of the day, a beautiful angle. Probably there's a little bit of a colour cast in the sky that is a bit dominant, and also the focus in the mountains in the background could be just a little bit more crisp, a little bit sharper to bring that out.
Thank you, and I do like the presentation of the bleed off of the print off the paper. Looks great. Thank you. Next print, please.
Your, the audience over there, so it sounds, it's actually louder out there than just for people's knowledge. So if you feel
it's
like
out there, yeah.
yeah, the speakers there behind you.
It's pointing that way.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say, if you could just let me know every sort of 15 minutes, I'll locate the judges. I'm going to take them more regularly, and there's anybody that we need to take off. And also just look at the list of names to make sure that there's nobody we need to get rid of. Sorry? Oh, well, that's interesting. Is that right? Okay. Well, we've got a definite semi-finalist here with a score of, roll of drums, waiting for the mathematics, 84. We're actually not in a position for challenging, but I guess when we're looking at the image here, I think the diptych that we've used, the way the lines line up, I mean, that's probably just a break. I think that works very well. I wonder whether just a little bit more detail in the highlights could help ground it, or that could also be the reason that the print scored so highly. So print quality has obviously been carefully executed, but I just wonder whether maybe a little bit darkening down. Also, the lights that we're looking at, maybe it's a little bit brighter than what the entrant has entered, and they might also have darkened it down a little bit. But great, strong graphics, and I think that's what's given it that great score. You can quickly, but the idea is to speed it up.
I just wanted to add that it's very cleverly presented to us as a diptych, as a broken image. It's a broken landscape. Presenting it as a broken, two separate images, broken in the middle, is very clever.
Thank you. Okay, next print, please. If you're very nice, fast judges, then you'll get to talk more about the pictures. But otherwise, just in terms of timing, you have to put up with me. Working. Some phones are a little bit slower than others. Sorry? It takes a minute to come across. Okay, we've got so we've got the there's a little bit of a time lag between when I'm seeing the score and after the final one's gone in. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 81. Fantastic, raucous rounds of applause, etc. Adam, a quick comment. What did you enjoy most?
There's a fineness in the detail. I think that the fragility of what's being shown in both the subject and the way the background's been handled. That's quite skillful in its presentation. So
fantastic. Thank you. Next print, please. Nice brief, succinct comments like that, I'm going to be able to rely on my judges a little bit more today.
It's the first time I've ever said anything else.
I was referring to the others. So we have a commended at 74, and photographers to be congratulated for looking for a pattern and a design. I wonder whether, though, there's perhaps not quite enough detail in the water or the mud that's coming through, and maybe just a little bit too much contrast, and maybe a little less contrast, a little more tone might have moved it up into the higher range. Thank you. Next print, please. It's just not happening, eh, Francis? You've pressed the buttons, you've done everything properly, and the bloody computer hasn't acted. Oh, I'm not allowed to swear on live streaming. So the very naughty computer in your hand is not doing the right thing. And it's not my fault. Is that working? Yeah, okay, good. All right. That's all right. A cracked screen. We're just waiting for the computer to catch up with us. It's not often that I'm faster than a computer, but on this occasion, maybe I am. We're still waiting.
The average is 77.
Average is 77. Okay, so we've got a commended, and I think we shouldn't we, Mark? Wonderful. We're going to get a challenge from Mark, who's on 86. The floor is yours in a brief, concise, and succinct way.
Wonderful. Really brave choice of entry, given the difficulty of the dappled light, but the way that it's just hit those recessions, the tonality of the oranges versus the blue is really well balanced. So whilst it's a a challenging image to really sink your teeth in, I think they've been really brave, presented it well. I think there's a beautiful balance in tone, and I'd love to just see the photographer rewarded for that.
Okay. Who else would like to?
I'll-
Yeah, Adam?
Look, I was interested in this print from back here because it almost looks like the light is coming in reverse, like it's shining up from the bottom. That's what I was really interested in. I find there's a heaviness amongst and I realise they're shadows, so they're supposed to be heavy, but that's what, through the balance, I wanted to look at the light, but I was more drawn to the shadow. And I feel that's a bit of visual confusion for me, and perhaps if you can convince me that that's probably the purpose of what's going on here, then I think I'm a little shy.
Francis?
Yes, I'm there with Mark. I do agree. It's superb, beautiful print, all what you said. I think the shadows work well for me in this case because there is a very dramatic sky there. Sorry, we're just about to hit a storm, so all this feel of the drama comes out quite well for me.
Okay. Mark, do you need a right of reply?
Very quickly, look, I think they should be rewarded. the best light often hides in the shadows, and I think we are drawn to that beautiful puddle of light in there. The print is gorgeous, and I think it should be rewarded.
Thank you, Mark. Mark, you hold your score on 86, and the other judges can rescore.
Yeah, you have to put your score back in.
Oh, Mark, you've got to put yours here. Sorry. Well, we moved a little bit, but possibly not enough. We've got an average of roll of drums. I'm going to have to start pulling the calculator out again, aren't I? Catch up with the computer. 79, so that picture will actually be reviewed, so it has one more chance to get into the semi-finalist category. Thank you. Next print, please. So we've got a average of, I'm figuring, 81. It's a semi-finalist. We've got a range of scores. Yes, Bill, you want to move a few points up? Well, you're up on 88, so I think you should. The microphone is yours.
I don't often give an 88, but impact is one of the, it's the first line in our little scoring sheet here. This has tremendous impact from a distance, and as you get closer to it, that impact didn't diminish for me. There's a question mark around the whole thing. What are we looking at? But it's this wonderful series of receding discs, obviously sky reflected in salt pans or ponds of some sort. For me, the real beauty of this is that lovely, subtle graphite background. It's a really difficult tone to capture, and it's got such lovely little subtleties in it that really contrast beautifully against those shining discs. Arguably, it might have been printed a little bit more dramatically, but I feel that this is an unusual image which stands apart from anything I've seen so far.
It certainly does allow those shadows to come through in a print, which you really print is the only medium that allows that. Anybody else like to make a comment? Mark? Yep, sure.
Yeah, sure. Look, I totally agree with all Bill's comments. What held me back a little bit was the depth of field and just the kind of little bit of perceived softness. I would have loved to have seen a little bit more crispness, particularly in the second pond from the bottom. Just a little bit more, fidelity and the sharpness around that would have really kicked this up to where Bill had it. But I'm very comfortable with it being a finalist.
Okay, Bill, do you need a right of reply?
No, I just think it's very unusual subject matter, which is intriguingly presented.
Thank you. Judges, if you'd like to rescore. Bill, if you'd re-enter your score of 88, please. We have an average of 84, I'm going to guess. What is it there? 83. Oh, I'm out. We went up a little bit. So a good semi-finalist. Fantastic. Thank you. Next print, please.
tell us. And we work it out.
Gonna make you do
Oh, okay, right, sorry. I think it ends there.
There you go.
No, you go.
Technology. Have you, I haven't, no. You can't, you're not able to.
You can delete it and then retype it if you select at the beginning of the numbers. Just make it cursor over. Yeah. Right, there we go.
So we have a 73, 75, 75, there we go. I'm trying to do the maths before the computer comes through. So we're in the commended range. As a suggestion to the photographer, love the subject. Wonder whether just dropping the camera angle, just pointing it down to give it a little bit more foreground, and then maybe darkening that foreground a little bit more. And then just some of the areas of the highlights, maybe just darkening them down to give them a little bit more tone and detail. But wonderful subject. Thank you. Next print, please.
It's coming.
So's Christmas.
Yeah. See it there. Just waiting for this machine to refresh.
Is there a number on this which tells me where we're up to?
It is, but the screen, the TV's got overscan on it and it's
Okay.
cropping it out, sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to reload that page. There you go. We're at number 10 by the way. Pete.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry, Jackie. Just get on with it. Okay, we have a commended image at 72, and Mark is on 81. Mark, the floor is yours. Oh, no, sorry, Francis. I'm sorry, the wrong way around. That's all right.
Yes.
No, you're yours.
Yes, look, I think the tones, even the green and the blue, usually, in this case, it worked really, really well for me. It flows well. I start in the beginning of the image, my eyes go up all the way through the background and brings me back around the image. I just thought it had a nice harmony to it, a nice calm feel to it. And also the composition, the thirds works really well, a little bit lighter in the sky. And I just thought it was a very sort of calming, well-set image, and it beautifully printed as well.
Thank you. Mark, yes, I will ask you.
Yeah, wonderful. Look, I think a little bit more subtlety in the colour treatment would have really sent this image upwards. The blues and the greens are slightly too saturated for the delicate nature of the intentional camera movement. So I think kind of bringing a little bit more harmony in line with the technique, with the colour treatment, would have helped bring this print up.
Thank you. Right of reply, Francis.
Okay, I really do think the harmony works really, really well in this case, and the colours in this case work really well together. Also, I like the emptiness feel of the image. You just sort of flow along with the feel. You just nearly feel you're actually there in person, and it's very calming and yeah. So
Thank
I think
you.
it
All
really
right. So
is.
Francis would like you to reconsider your score. She's going to
Absolutely.
re-enter hers at 81. You have to enter it again. You've got to re-enter. Yep.
Doesn't carry over.
So just so all the judges know, when you challenge, you must re-enter your score onto the keypad for the system to know that you haven't changed your mind. Thank you. And we've got a commended of 72. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. You can do that. You want to do a swap now? We can drop Robin in. Thank you. Because we've been going 20 minutes, so that's fine. Okay.
Going a little bit over 20.
Oh, no, yeah. 15 to 25. Well, actually, 5 to 50 is okay.
3 to 6 hours.
Did I miss yesterday? I left her on the whole time.
Vanessa?
But yeah, she was right next to me. I didn't notice her. I moved everyone else.
Rude. Okay. Robin dropped in yet?
Robin, you come in, yeah.
Yeah, just hit refresh.
Wait.
Hit reboot.
It should come up now, but if not, just hit refresh. That's fine.
Well, we've got a lot of disagreement here, haven't we, judges? We must have an average of 82.5 or something like that. Comes up to 83. So that is a semi-finalist. Congratulations. Look, yeah, raucous round of applause. Looking at the image here, I'm just wondering whether maybe a little bit more contrast might just give it a little bit more grunt, or do you like the softness of it? And that might be why it's sitting where it is. So aerials are pretty challenging, but very strong graphic design in that, and I guess that's what we're rewarding. Thank you. Next print, please.
Good choice of paper.
Good choice of paper. It's funny because I was going to say I'll try a different paper for the
I was going to say the lights,
Yeah.
the papers, the lights.
But then, there's just a little bit of a curve in the print, and
Yeah.
maybe that's happened in transit and all of that. So you could be right. It could be the great.
But the pearlescence.
You like that? Yeah.
Match the texture, match the light.
Is there a doctor in the house? So we have a commended with a score of 76, and Mark is on 86, and he's going to have a little chat to the committee, to the panel here, the committee.
Yeah, look, semi-finalist here, guys. I really believe this is beautifully printed, beautifully handled. The sky seems to fit naturally, although it's dramatic. There's no post-production issues that I can see that in the, in the working of that sky. The contrast in the foreground works really nicely, and then you're drawn through the centre of the print back through to the contrast of the clouds, beautifully split into thirds. I think this deserves just to come up that little bit into the semi-finalist range.
Bill?
I agree with Mark. There are a lot of beautiful elements in this picture, and they're all individually well handled, but none of them are working together for me. the distance between the foreground and the background is there's quite a bit of emptiness there. The overlapping shadows and the overlapping branches are really a serious problem. So this is compositionally flawed, in my opinion.
Adam?
I don't mind the emptiness. I think that's the sort of barren sticks kind of give you that, I guess, that visual metaphor. Where I struggle with the image is the softness almost in those middle clouds directly at the top. It's kind of like the antithesis, and it's kind of the flattest part of the image, and I'm drawn. I want to be seeing into that nice sort of strong contrast. And I see it all around the image, and I just keep going to those right at the top centre there, and I feel like that's what's bringing me down. I think I'm a little shy. I do like the composition, but I'm just drawn to the wrong area of the image.
Mark, ready for play?
Yeah, look, why Adam struggles with it, that's what I like, because it has a beautiful draw through. It has this lovely geometrical triangle that leads you straight into the line of the dune, leading you through the print to the dramatic sky. I think you linger on it, and it's an interesting composition, and I think it just deserves to come up that little bit. We're looking for 4.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Mark. Mark, if you'd re-enter your score of 86, other judges are free to rescore. Auto challenges can't. Anybody can change there because this was an elective challenge. So we're fine. And we're not worrying too much about those. As long as we get a fair result, those little rules we're okay with. We're making arbitrary decisions, Bill. I know that's going to kill you, but that's all right. You can live with it, mate. Come on, you'll be all right. Oh no, he's lost. No, I noticed. Okay, we have a 77, so commended. Well done, judges. Good discussion. And isn't it wonderful that we all look at things exactly the same? Okay, next print, please. Now, a very important question for people out the back there. Has the coffee truck arrived as yet? Sorry? In half an hour, okay. I need my hot chocolate. Otherwise, the jokes are just going to get worse. John, you're fired. Out. We have a commended image with an average of 77, and I think the photographer, well, you, Adam, if you want to say something.
Look, there's a wonderful palette and even a wonderful balance I really appreciate in the image. I feel like the figure at the back with the tree going through it is what is the only part that kind of, or the lines going through the back animal there is kind of the only part where I really feel like I just want that separation, and it gives me that sense of space that's in the rest of the image.
Just clone that out and clean it up a bit or something.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, cool. We'll wait for the sheep to, you know how, and I know how easy it is to control sheep. Next print, please.
The app that you use is called Photosheet.
Photosheet.
That was a good one. That's the new standard bearer. Australian Photography Comedy Awards.
There we go. Takes about 30 seconds.
Yes, Katrina, a large hot chocolate, thank you.
You will be right.
It's not even a coffee. I mean, that's how sad it is, isn't it? Where my life has ended up. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 83. Well done, fantastic. And I guess what the judges are relating to is the beautiful colour, the mood, the tonality, the detail. I wonder whether just perhaps adding a little bit of enhancement to the reflections in the foreground just to balance it up might perhaps just round the composition a little bit more. Sorry, what? Or I'll just push it up a little bit higher. Yeah, oh, that's right, just crop it up from the bottom. Might do it as well. Wonderful print, beautiful quality, and that's what we love when we get up to a print like that, which, you know, that's what the Print Awards is all about. Next print, please.
We're at 15, you've got 82 to go through, so maybe you need to...
How long have we been going? How many? 45 minutes. We need to speed up.
Yeah, speed up.
Guys, just remember it takes a minute once you put your score in, so the quicker you guys get your scores in,
The faster this whole process goes.
So we have a commended image with an average of 74, and the photograph has got some wonderful detail in there. I like the composition. Maybe just look at the colour balance. It might be a little bit red, and I know it's red up there, but you know, you can sometimes clean up those highlights and maybe a fraction more contrast in places, but a great starting point and a well-worthy commended. Next print, please. He's pulling apart the device and all that.
oh guys, we've got a different image on the screen.
That's not the same.
That's that one. That's the next one.
We like that photograph, but it's not the right one.
Can you switch the image on the...
You think it might be the right one?
So, guys, that other image is 2 away from where we're at the moment. Well, what we can see.
That's one on the screen.
That's correct, John.
Yep. Thank you.
You're upside down. Upside down.
Aim to please. That's why they do landscape.
Awesome. Well, actually, I've got to change shortly, so Paul will be Paul in a minute. Yeah. I think it might be someone's snot.
No, I know there's not a bird in there.
We've got the prints here especially for you to judge. You don't need to look at the screen anymore.
got yours in? Can you check?
Yeah.
There it goes. We're at 79.
79, so we're very, very close. This image will go for review. I think the judges are certainly loving the colour. Wonder whether there's perhaps a little bit too much colour, whether the colour's been pushed out a gamut, or maybe whether Adam wants to make a quick comment.
Just to feel the composition is a little bit is heavy on the right-hand
Right-hand
side. I'm
side.
drawn
Okay.
to it. I want to
That's-
look through that frame because everything in the middle is really great, but I'm drawn to the right-hand side, especially the bottom right-hand side.
Okay.
So perhaps a recrop or some way could to help us fix that up.
Great comment, thank you. And we'll go to the next print. And for being so helpful, Adam, I'm going to get rid of you and bring in Paul Holan. Don't go too far, though, and don't have a coffee before I get my hot chocolate.
I'll get you one. Nice shout.
You okay, Paul? You logged in? Just refresh.
Refresh. I've done that twice.
It's okay.
No,
Just,
my mistake. I'm in the wrong awards.
Yeah, Tony doesn't need any hands next door judging, mate. And we're in Australia today. Melbourne. A little bit north of Tasmania. I've got to be careful over here. I'll get any time this century, Paul, will be good. Come on. So take your time, mate. Hurry up. Okay, we have a 75, a commended, and I have to say that I struggle to get good compositions in these sort of environment, and I think the photographer has done really well. Maybe just a little bit tight towards the edges, maybe a little bit of darkening down the foreground just to take us in on that rock, but a great commended landscape. Next print, please.
What's our estimated time of completion?
we're going to 82. So
When does the next category start? Oh, okay, so we'll
we've got a little bit of time. Yeah. It just, we might have to. So we're scheduled to 1 o'clock, Peter.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, but the time for this awards is from 9 to 1.
9 to 1, okay.
Yeah, and then we've got a lunch break and then wedding.
Well, very even scoring there. We've definitely got a semi-finalist. And it's an 85, so it's a fantastic score. As I look at the print, I love the braiding, the details. There's some fantastic detail in there. I wonder whether just a little bit more tone in some of the highlights up at the top, certainly under the print that I'm looking at here, might have helped. But overall, what do I need to add? It's a beautiful print. Thank you. Next print, please. waiting on... Okay, so we've got a 79, but Mark, you're going to challenge it because as the chairman I was looking at these and I would love to hear you because I think that some of the other judges need to perhaps look at some of the beauty that they have in front of them, and I'm trying to just ask people to reassess.
Yeah, look, this is an absolutely gloriously printed image. The technical details of the capture are absolutely spot on. The crispness of the colours that are coming right at you, that are, you know, you've got this beautiful grey receding behind, exacerbating the diagonal of the walls. The presentation is just beautiful. There's a lovely symmetry, and the round presentation is something different that complements the roundness of the presentation of the tree within the frame as well. So everything about this image strikes me as so highly considered, highly designed, well thought out, technically captured beautifully, printed absolutely divinely. The contrast between the smoothness in the woodwork there versus the texture in the stonework, there's just so many points that keep me wanting to just linger on this. It's a print that I'd be very, very happy to have on my wall, and I think everybody should consider this as being able to be, recognised for what it is, and I think it's definitely worth a semi-finalist.
Who's going to be brave enough now that I've made my point clear as well? Robin.
I think I agree with everything Mark said, and I'd take your hint, absolutely. But I'm just stuck on the category descriptor. Is landscapes, is man-made elements not meant to dominate your landscape portion?
Okay, that's a good point. And for the purposes of this competition, a landscape photograph is of a natural scenery, but may include people or man-made elements, provided that these additional elements dominate. None of these elements dominate the photograph. Isn't the whole point of the photograph nature in a different environment? Isn't that the whole? I mean, to me, I find this an incredibly sophisticated version of landscape photography. So I think if you're knocking it out based on the rules, I think we need to assume that the people running the awards have vetted this and said they've accepted it for the landscape. So you should judge it based on it being a photograph, not whether it should be in that category. That would be my suggestion. Yeah. Anybody? So, is there any comments about? Yeah, I mean, because I just, I've got to say that I look at the picture and we talk about post-production overruling capture and the eye and all of that, and I would just like to commend the photographer for the vision, the pure and simple vision that is in there. But that's up to you guys. All right. Anybody else like to? You've got to write a reply, but I've done all right, haven't I? Okay.
You've done pretty good. Let's rescore and.
I'm not trying. It's up to you guys to score it, but I certainly I'm on Mark's side here. Next, if you guys would like to rescore, Mark, if you could put in your score of 88, please. My life's going around in circles, Jackie. There's nothing unusual about that. Thank you, judges. We've got a semi-finalist with an average of 85. Well, next print, please. No, I got it. I want double chocolate with mine though, please.
did. Oh, I thought I had.
That's right.
Going round and around again. Okay, I know we have. Oh, well, you see, you should have put your score in, shouldn't you, young Jackie? That's good. So we've got an 85, which is a semi-finalist, but Jackie has scored at 90 and is chomping at the bit to have a little chat with us. Would you like to pick up your microphone?
I would, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. Oh, this is such a powerful image, and the way the camera's been moved up for the buildings and sideways for the water or whatever is in front of it is absolutely superb. Beautifully printed. I love the little birds. I think there's a little flaw there's a little white flick in there. I don't know, did you get it off, John? No, it's a little, but we'll ignore that.
That could
Probably
just be-
done by the print handlers. Yeah.
Yeah, John Ansell of 27 Currawong Avenue.
I think, guys, we're on 85, and this well deserves a gold award.
Anybody else? Paul, you've been quiet. That's unlike you.
I'm trying to behave, Peter.
Thank you.
So I don't get kicked off the panel. Yeah, it has a wonderful mysticism about it, and there's a beautiful level of emotion around it. That I feel like the total range, you could have lent into it a little bit more. It's kind of understated. I don't know if it needs to be. I find that transition between the vertical camera movement and the horizontal a little bit jarring between the two. I could see that as a bit of a walking point, travelling up the image, but I find a slight jar sort of energetically between those 2 points. But exquisitely composed and quite romantic in its own way.
Thank you. Right of reply, Jackie?
Yeah, well, just reconsider the horizontals and the verticals. They work really well together.
Oh, you're in trouble now, Paul. Okay, Jackie, if you would rescore 90, and the other judges, if you would like to reconsider. Jackie, you've got to re-enter your score.
Oh, I do.
That hasn't come up.
Oh, I've got to send. Oh. Sorry, I don't know what's happened here. I don't know what's happened on my own page.
All right. Oh, you went out.
Dear, what do I do? Where'd you commercials? Okay, let's go on.
Yeah, we know to 90. The
Oh,
average
no,
would
that's
be
gone into my own thing.
87.
Go back over here. I'll actually do that.
Well, while we're finishing that off, we've got a semi-finalist, and we're guessing it's going to be around about 87 because Jackie's got to put 90 in. So next print, please. Fantastic, beautiful work of art. It got. We're waiting for you, but we think it got 87.
Oh, I did. Oh, come on, guys.
Yeah?
No, it's something wrong.
Just make it fine. Also.
Yeah. I've thrown the computer into chaos.
That's okay.
Your special
drop all
day.
the way
It's
out.
the 90
There you go. Oh, I can put it in. I'll just
Magic powers.
magic pounds.
That's it.
Right.
Fight the technology.
Okay, that one's done. Should be able to calculate.
Thank you.
87.
Okay.
We went far off, were we? Didn't we say 87? Oh, for me?
You still haven't got your hot chocolate.
No, no. I'm going to strike shortly. Are you scoring? It's delicious though.
So we have a commended here with a score of 75. Waiting for the computer to catch. 74. Quick comment from... Yeah, Paul, you can make a quick comment.
Always quick, Peter. I think compositionally, you want to be very present to where the visual weight is in the image, and having it at the top of the frame is a bit discordant, I think. There's also a real tightness and tension that's created by having the most interesting part of the image sort of pushed up against that top edge. So, maybe consider a different crop, and also consider sort of maybe what doesn't need to be in the frame. The bottom half gives a bit of visual space, but it has less visual interest. So, colour palette, tonality is beautiful, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. We'll go to next print. And Paul, I'm going to get you and Adam just to switch over, please.
Mark, you? Yep. Oh, yeah, okay. 75.
75. So we have a commended. We've got... yeah, well, you can... Is that you over there? You're on 82. You can challenge if you like.
Yes, please.
Okay. Adam's challenging.
I think there's an interesting interplay of scale here going on in the interpretation that we can make. It's the difference between the macro and the micro scales, and the little detail, like almost remind me of sort of cauliflower florets, really, or the top of trees. It could be just the top of a rock, but the colour, the strong colour that sort of oozes down through the frame, then gives me another thing, and you could go anywhere from sort of mineral deposits to dog poop if you really want it to be something. It's a real exercise in confusion. I will say there are highlights that I wish I had probably even more detail towards the top of the image, and that's what held me back from going higher. But I think it's an interesting presentation that forces us to make the choice of what we're seeing and make a judgment on scale. I think we should reward it higher for that sort of innovation.
Bill.
Yes. I think it's a fairly incidental picture. As part of a series about a particular place or a topic like geology or something, it would be an interesting little inset, but in its own right, it has very little impact. And I think we're looking for impact here.
Insufficient impact.
Insufficient impact.
Okay, all right. Adam, right for reply?
Well, I think the impact is created by the strong colour and then the questions it forms us to ask from that. I certainly was intrigued to go up and see what was. So I feel that's the impact straight away there, that I was encouraged to go and look for those fine details and explore through the image. So I think its use of colour and scale and detail is what gives us that impact, and I think we should reward it further.
Thank you. Adam, if you'd re-enter your score of 82, the other 4 judges are free to rescore. I owe you one, okay. Thank you. I love you. Drug of choice, hot chocolate.
That's another 20-odd minutes.
Moved a little bit, but a commended at 76. Thank you for the discussion, judges. We'll go to the next print. Francis, I'll just get you to switch over with Robin. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll just hit refresh. Oh, okay. Wait, just wait for... You're in there now? Yeah, wait a sec. Just going to... That's right. There you go. I didn't That's good.
No macaroons until Jackie's judged.
Oh, right, quite right.
Not rewarded with bad behaviour.
Okay, so we've got imagining a commended of around 79. There we go, wasn't too far off. So this image will go for review. We've got a range of, we've got 2 people who are in the semi-finalist and 3 who are in the commended. Very strong graphic composition. Quite a challenging image to look at in the landscape category, and I get that, and I won't have to say anything more. I'll let it go for review, and we'll see what happens. Good luck to the entrant. Next sprint, please. Yep.
So we're about a bit over quarter way through our prints.
We're about quarter through, okay. And how much? What time is it? 10 o'clock?
10:30.
10:30, right, so we need to speed up a little bit.
Just need to get the scores in a bit faster because of the lag.
Yeah. And judges, are we listening in terms of the expeditiousness of our digital entries? We can use our fingers a bit quicker. We have a 76, a commended image. Yeah, no, quite. Well, you do, we owe it to the entrant. So
Yeah. Look,
so Mark is challenging on 82.
yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And I guess, you know, I'm seeing through the colour cast here for the capture and the composition, the soft tones through it as well. The very muted, flat tones lend itself beautifully to the scene. And it's just been so delicately handled in the details, particularly in the little birds in the trees in the foreground. So yeah, look, I think it's worth reconsidering your scores just a little bit.
Anybody else like to make a comment? Okay. I mean, Adam, yeah?
I understand that it's an image in fog and that's naturally going to be flat, but I kind of find myself still hunting through the image for my eye to rest somewhere and where my eye rests. And I appreciate there are tiny, tiny, tiny little details that sit in that river, but they're kind of not enough to hold me in the image. So I just sort of float out into a bit of blackness in the back there that I really don't see. So I'm just not, I appreciate the mood, but I'm just not held by the image and giving me the emotion I think that's intended.
Mark, you good? I'm good. Okay, all right. Judges, if you'd like to rescore, please. Mark, if you'd re-enter yours at 82. I think we're going to... Jackie's has gone in and we're sitting... Still a commended image, so well done. Just waiting for the score, 77. Thank you. And just as an observation, maybe just lightening up the water a little bit so it's a little bit lighter than the the sky behind might have dragged the eye in, because I also agree with you, Mark. I love the feeling. Next print, please. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 85. I think that's a wonderful sense of design there, the use of looking down and then giving the shape of the mountains or the hills and the Namatjira trees up on the crest. Wonderful image. Thank you. Next picture, please. And a thanks to our wonderful print handlers here. I mean, you guys just do look very dapper in blue, I've got to say. Just sensational. Round of applause for our print handlers, please. Thank you. Okay, so we've got a semi-finalist here again with a score of 84. Beautiful tonality. I think everyone's responding positively to the colour, the contrast there. Maybe just a little bit more softness in the contrast, though, to just keep the detail, or at least some tone in the highlights. But it's just so delicate. And the difference may be looking at your print under the similar lights that we've got. You might have just printed it down just fractionally, but absolutely beautiful print. Thank you. Next image. We have a below finalist award. It's got a score of 63. Thank you. I think the photographer is very brave and has well demonstrated a wonderful sense of space. In looking at the image, though, we've got all the little people around the edges, and I wonder whether just cloning them out just to perhaps simplify the composition a bit. And then, this is possibly an image that's going to work up as a huge print where we can sort of walk in rather than a smaller print in a competition context. So, but a brave entry. Thank you. Next image, please.
Show the scores are in, guys.
Yes, it's still refreshing.
It's a bit of a lag. Maybe
There's a lag. I'm waiting.
You're waiting to
It's still, yeah, it's still.
try refresh.
Looks like you've got an iPhone 10 like me, so we're out of date.
Yours is that recent, is it?
Waiting. So you're still spinning, or are you happy?
No.
You're not going around in circles
All
anymore?
good. All good. Oh, we have a semi-finalist at 80. I was looking at the image and coming up, and on this occasion, I think this print surface is just perfect for it. I love the autumnal, the autumn colours that, it almost could be an aerial, could be some leaves, and so I think the photographer's to be congratulated for a wonderful sense of design and use of colour. Next print, please. Autumnal, is that a word?
It is now.
What was that, sorry? I should have called it foolish instead. We have an average of 68, and I think the photographer has found a fantastic location. I wonder, though, in the preparation of the print, whether the highlights are just too strong, might be too much sharpening down in amongst. I mean, I know there's a lot of texture. It's hard to know whether it's just the right amount of sharpening and a little bit too much texture, or vice versa, and just maybe a bit too much contrast. So certainly worthwhile persevering with that subject. Great location. Thank you. Next print. Okay, so we have a commended with a score of 76. But I wouldn't mind having a chat, Bruce, because I'm sitting... sorry, what's your name again? Bill? I guess I'm looking at it as a print and a print presentation. I feel that, I mentioned a couple of other examples where, for a subject, the print is really the best medium, and I'm just looking at what this print does, and as I walk up to the print, I'm finding there's an awful lot in there that I'm really, just from a technical and aesthetic point of view, we might talk about the composition in a different point of view, but I'm stepping tangentially, and I'm just looking at that presentation, and I'm looking at it as a piece of mood or emotion. Your comments, you were up in the semi-final
I gave it an
stage as well.
81, and it was I considered that for a while, actually. Subtlety is what this is all about, and the impact that it may lack from a distance, it increases as you get closer to it. So I think you're right on the money here with this. There's this incredible, in a good landscape, we often look for a strong foreground, a strong midground, and a strong background. And this takes us through about 4 or 5 stages because of the mist in the background and the separation between the darker tones in the foreground with the rushes or the reeds, whatever they are. So I think it's something that probably needs to be seen from close up and appreciated as a print. I think it's beautifully executed in that way, and I think it falls into the low range of semi-finalist.
Adam?
Yeah, look, and funnily enough, I'm going to agree with you by making the opposite point. What impressed me about it close up was that detail and the handling of the detail in the front. Close up, what distracted me was kind of the depth in the background. It sort of moved off to the side. But now, as I step back and I can consider it a bit more, it works. The balance of it works because my brain appreciates how much detail there is in the front. It's sort of now just looking at it as an overall scene and a view. So, I think there are a little bit of balance issues in the top that still, stop me. But I will definitely come up because I think it's the handling is really well.
Right, you go quick, short comment,
Yeah,
Mark?
I really wanted to love this print, and there is a beautiful print hiding in there, but it's in a 4:5 crop, coming in to lose that fence post off on the left in the dark centre, because it just draws me out continually, and I think having the punctum being that tree dead centre in the background would really just make this sing.
Okay, Bill?
I also experimented with a crop on it, Mark, and I think it probably would benefit from some kind of a crop. I haven't quite decided which one it is, but maybe offsetting that centre focus on the tree and taking away some of the stuff on the sides would make it a stronger image as well.
Thanks for the discussion, ladies and gentlemen. If you'd like to rescore, Bill, if you could re-enter your 81, please. We have a...
We're just waiting. It hasn't loaded on the
it has a bit, but yeah. I'm figuring that sort of... Do we do majorities here? Yeah. So there we go. We've got an 80 semi-finalist. Thank you, judges. Next print, please. And Francis, I just want you to know that I'm purposely making you feel awkward because of the inability of the system, but I can only see it as it's you who's perpetrating it. So I'm just having fun, and thank you for responding so wonderfully.
My phone is red.
Oh, your phone is red. Come on, John, hurry up. Oh, you're waiting. Oh, okay. We're right. We're good. have we got? We have got a high semi-finalist with a score of 85, 86. Someone else doing the math. Still waiting. Yes, around about that. So raucous round of applause. 86. Very, very strong image there. Judges are all very much in agreement. And as you come up, another example of a image working so beautifully as a print, because you look at the screen image and a lot of the details and the subtleties is lost, and you come up into there and you just see the texture all the way through. Beautiful, strong composition, beautifully seen. Good result. Next print, please.
I see it as the arteries of the earth.
Yes, yeah.
Unresponsive page. Just hit reload. That's fine.
Just sort of speed it up a little bit.
Sorry guys, just waiting for... Okay, it should come up in a sec. So it should be right to go. We're a bit slow.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we're at basically 10 to 11, or 5 to 11, and we're going to be done by 1.
Yeah.
And we're not even halfway through.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand. You understand?
Just remember, computer takes.
It takes a while. Yeah. So don't dilly-dally to enter your scores, please. We have a 82, a semi-finalist. I'm still getting my head around the terminology. That's it. Everybody's very cool. We've got 82. We've got 87. Who's on 87? Actually, Mark, I'm sitting here, and I'd love to hear from you on 87. I know we're time's shy, but that is a very strong image.
Absolutely. Look, this is the image that I wanted to see before from the dunes, and it's got the same colour qualities, the textural tonality through there. The use of contrast to divide the frame there and to draw your attention to the top right hand of that geometric shape is just really beautifully handled. The details and the highlights running through are just, they're all there, they're all intact. And I think it's a really clever use of the rule of thirds, and it's all come together and hangs together beautifully. It's just got this lovely feel of movement through that dust as well. There's just lots going on between the little details and the overall composition and the colour management and the print handling. It's lovely.
No one's disagreeing.
No, I would agree, and the more I look at it, the more it's the subtlety of the movement, like the breath of wind across the little, all the details are so perfect, and you just get that little breath of movement, and for that sort of visceral kind of feel to be in a two-dimensional print, I think is the success of what's happening here.
And it's perhaps one of the limitations of the forum that we've got, in that, the photograph is supposed to come up and make an impact quickly, and we're supposed to assess it quickly, and yet the more that I live with this picture and look at it, and I look at the subtleties there, I think you've all been pretty hard. So anyway, not that I'm trying to sway the judges, but I would certainly be very encouraging of a reconsideration after you guys. Yeah, okay, you're up to you guys. So you're allowed to, as the panel chair, make these sort of comments now. Wonderful. Yeah, no, that's right. I'm allowed to. I'm not getting into trouble either with people like you, John. I can have an opinion, but I don't have a score. Well, that's looking pretty good. At 87, I'm going to guess, is a 87. Thank you. Next print, please.
Yeah. We're at 5 to 11. We're at print 33 out of 82.
I'll bring you in for Bill after this print. leave you actually on. I'll swap Francis out, I think, instead. How are we going? 75.
This way in, Jackie. Yeah, cool.
We have a commended image with an average of 73. And I think that the judges love the light, the tonality is wonderful. Not quite too sure about the individual gesture of all of the people. It's one of those photos where for it to come together, you've just got to get that decisive moment. And there's some good shapes but in the figures, but maybe a few of the others could just have a little bit more work. But you're on the right track. Next image, please.
Francis, swap out for Paul.
Thank you, Francis. We'll bring Paul in. Okay, we have a semi-finalist with an average score of 84. And I think everyone would agree it's an incredibly striking image. The use of colour certainly drags you in, the repetition of shapes, and then as you get into the print, there's just a beautiful detail all the way through. So I'm not going to suggest any improvements because I love the print as it is. Thank you. Next image, please. Well, we have a semi-finalist here with an average score of 83. And I think that's it. So I guess we look at digital post-production and all the things you can do, and what the photographer has done here for the people who can't see is chosen a textured paper. And so instead of having a texture screen over all of the beautiful tones, it's actually the paper that's coming through. So a very elegant use of the materials at hand and a beautiful semi-finalist print. Thank you. Next image. Well, we're probably going to have a little bit of a chat here, I'm thinking. So we've got an average of 79. We've got Paul, is that you? Or was it Mark again? Oh, well, I keep on getting it up backwards. Who's that? That's you, Mark. 85. Okay, off you go. I think you're going to challenge.
Serene is just being captured absolutely beautifully. The colour palette is serene, it's subtle, it's calming. The balance through the warm tone in the little marker there is really, it's been handled beautifully with just that little bit of extra punch and saturation versus the rest of the image. It's got a very simple delicacy to it, which is hard to balance right, and I think they've done it exceptionally well. The placement of the horizon line is also beautifully placed. There's not a lot that I could fault out of the printing of this image, and I do think it just deserves to particularly just punch up over that 80 line.
So Jackie, I haven't heard from you for a little while, so I thought I'd give you the opportunity to have a little chat. You'll need a microphone. It's at your feet there, while patiently waiting.
So I'm just looking at that horizontal line. It just looks a couple of pixels out to me. So I've scored it at 77. A lovely colour palette and a very pleasing image.
So everybody else okay with the comment? Bill? Yeah, sure.
Just quickly, it ticks almost every box for commended. It's a beautiful image. There's nothing not to like about it, but it's not particularly innovative. I kind of feel like it's a scene that we've seen many times before.
Thank you. Mark, would you like a... No, that's all good. Judges, if you'd like to rescore, Mark's going to hold his score of 85. And he'll also re-enter it because he's unlike me, he's not a Luddite. He understands how to use technology. Sorry, but we're talking about him being a Luddite now, eh? Okay, we've had a little bit of movement. That's probably going to make us go next door for a review, isn't it? 79, okay. It's still alive for becoming a semi-finalist. Next print, please. We're judging the landscape category, sponsored by Canson Infinity. And if you come down to the judging, there's a stand outside at KL with a full range of Canson Infinity papers to look at and drool over, although we ask you not to drool on the unpurchased product. Have an average of 81, a semi-finalist, and I think in terms of the tonality, there's some wonderful stuff happening in amongst the falls there. With the presentation maybe just darkening down that top right-hand corner, maybe darkening down a little bit on the bottom just to lead your eye in. Of course, the photographer might be wanting me to extend my eyes top and bottom, in which case it's working, but maybe not for an exhibition print or for a competition print.
There is an option for a challenge.
There's an option? Yeah, I was overlooking him.
Yeah, look, no, I'm happy that it's at an 81. I wanted to sit in that range, so...
Yeah, it's not going to go that. Yeah. Okay. Next print, please. Yeah, thank you. On the one hand, you tell me to hurry up, and on the other hand...
Just get it together.
Hey. photo, was it? Sorry, I made a mistake.
Secret squirrel messages.
Too many microphones around here. Yeah, you still got
It's just abuse.
Okay, we have an average of 80 with a semi-finalist. Very sophisticated use of colour, the swirl there. Love the composition, nice and tightly framed, and an elegant outcome. Next print, please. You see I'm speeding you guys up. We have a semi-finalist again with an average score of 83. I think we're all responding to the subject matter, the beautiful detail, the lovely soft tonality. The birds, what is a landscape these days without three birds floating around? I used to get into trouble with the ducks on our wall at home, but now I think they're quite apt. Beautifully done print. Were you guys adding something funnier than mine? My joke was pretty funny. Come on. All right, next print, please. Well, there we go. We have a 83, so it's a semi-finalist. But Adam, you're up there on 90. The floor is yours.
We talk about I talked about it before, about the visceral impact of feeling like almost a breath of wind. This isn't the breath of wind. The movement through the bottom of this frame really gives the sensation to me of something sweeping across this landscape. Yet these stoic trees are all huddled together. They're beautiful and straight and sharp, and that's the sort of in the perfect counterpoint to that. And then there's those little nuggets of those little trees hiding off in the background. They're huddling away as well, and there's all this emotion and foreboding. The print, I think, is well handled. The blacks are foreboding where they were and just draw us into the middle of that that stand, that's sort of the lone stand amongst the landscape. It's very simplistic, but I think that counterpoint of movement against the stillness is so, simply yet beautifully portrayed in a wonderful print.
Mark?
Yeah, look, I do agree, but the transition in the vignette in the sky for me is just far too abrupt. It kind of interrupts the print, and instead of me just lingering on those beautiful trees in the background, I keep on trying to even those tones out in my mind, and it becomes a little bit of a distraction in the print.
Okay, do you want to chat, Bill?
I agree with a lot of what Adam said. I've been wrestling with a crop on this because I feel that the main subject matter just gets lost in the middle of this space. And that, to Adam, that's the point. To me, it's not. I just find that it's receding into the background. Too much in the centre. It might work as a square. It might work offset to the left, crop out the left-hand side. I just don't find the extremities of the frame contributing to the image.
Right of reply?
I think that's the journey. Like if we're talking about the motion, we've got to give it room to give that motion. As for the gradation, I kind of see that almost as the cloud, the dust. It's that bright spot. It's the thing that's being blown through. That's it's in this spot and it's nowhere else. It's a dark, foreboding place, and here's this motion coming through the image. That it's such a simple concept. And the center placement is brave almost, because we're going to go, well, it's a centre placement, I don't like it, but it's that little bit off to the side as well that offsets that centre placement and makes us look and gives us the extra story. I think it's very well crafted, and I'd like to see it well up.
Judges, if you'd like to rescore, Adam's going to re-enter his 90. So I think we're going to be similarly scored. What have we gone? 84? 85. Well, up a couple of points. That's worthwhile. That's good. So in the area of Montalcino, I think, in Tuscany. But there we go. Next print, please. Someone will tell me it's Alabama Hills or something like that. But Montalcino. Non parlo italiano, ma studio italiano. So we have a commended with an average score of 74. 75? Okay. Yeah, Adam, quick comment.
Again, a good exploration of the texture and different angles and finding that sort of those lines. I find I'm just not led anywhere in particular in the image. I want to create that story and create that movement or shape or something that really pins me to that narrative.
Thank you. Next print, please.
We're at the halfway point.
Don't say that. You think I'll slow down. Coffee time. 11:16. So we're about a little bit. Yeah. We should be where we are 15 minutes ago, 16 minutes ago. That's not quite so bad.
Peter, just get on with it. Just get on with it.
Just get on with it. Well, I've got them working. That's my job. I'm pretty good at directing. You just sit there and do what you're told. Natasha, will you tell him what to do? And for all of those of you in streaming land, I am doing my job properly here, and the judges are working very hard. I'm just trying to be light entertainment for the throng of, well, we must have at least 20,000 people out there in the audience at the moment. 30,000 is what we're having. here at the MCG. We have a semi-finalist with an average of 86. But of course, yep, Paul's on 90. He's a little bit chicken because he only just gave it 90, but I'm going to let him talk anyway.
Got the right microphone. Yeah, I really appreciate the boldness of the presentation. You know, it's given us a lot of space to engage with, and it's kind of proud in that way. And that if you move yourself into every single microcosm of this print, it is presented to perfection. I feel like it's almost like it's gold dripping around the frame. You can actually approach this image if you reach around and move it around 90 degrees. It works almost every different angle, and it's quite enjoyable. And they've given us and chosen us to give this lovely vertical kind of curving flow. You know, we're moved around the frame by this lovely diagonal line, and we're gently reverberated around, rewarded for these lovely details in the corner. The palette is absolutely exquisite, and I don't know, it's one of the most flawless prints I've almost ever seen, I think, in terms of the print quality as well. Let's have a chat.
Adam?
Yeah, look, I'm shy. I kind of struggled a little bit with the narrative to the sort of change in texture towards the bottom of the frame, because I'm rewarded everywhere I look around the top. I love it, love it, love it, love it, and then it kind of falls away from me to the bottom. And perhaps I'm looking for an explanation for that sort of, I guess it's not a heaviness in texture because it's a softness, really, and that's where the flow of the image is interrupted. I think I am shy though, because I do appreciate, especially in the corners, as you said, the production and the technical split that's gone into that.
Mark's picked up the microphone.
Yeah, look, thanks for letting us sit a bit on this, because the more I look at it, the more it's the brush strokes sweeping across that landscape, creating that negative space, the diagonal from the left, and the feather stroke around kind of pushing that sand away. So I think the strength of narrative is actually up there with the print quality, and I will be coming up as well.
Okay, right of reply, Paul.
Let's go, kids.
Thank you. Paul, not quite too sure what... Oh, so he's already done that, has he? Hey?
Well, no, it's the glitch. So
We've got a glitch.
So Paul was on 90.
Think gold.
Okay.
Think golden thoughts.
So you got to enter in 90, and I just don't know why we've got that up on the screen, but things will correct it. Yeah. There are a lot of things in life that I don't understand, I'm told.
Can I grab that mouse? I will refresh the page.
Oh, I've entered my score again.
Yep.
Yeah,
Has
yeah.
everybody re-entered? Yeah. Well, 4 of you are lying according to the screen. So I've got 90? Okay, we've got a finalist. Well done. And so a little break from our sponsor. The category is sponsored by Canson Infinity, the purveyor of some wonderful prints. Now we're a little bit over halfway. I think we're like 2 photos over halfway, but we're around about 60% of the way through our allocated time. So I'm still going to ask you guys to keep the foot down to the metal. And we're just rebooting the system for those out in streaming land. Are you streaming this as well at the moment? And so are you seeing this picture or that picture? You're seeing that one. So you've got a problem as well. That's wonderful. I like to share these challenges around. Can you step? Yes, you can.
We're bringing in technical support, cavalry.
So we've got Adams who stepped off.
Actually, can we go to blank?
Can we go blank? Yeah.
We can't take it off this, but can we just, not judge the print at the moment, because we actually have nothing going on here.
Okay, so just to
give the...
You want to step? Okay, yeah. Do you want? Okay, all right. So, do you want to? You stay there. That's fine. Tim, can you just step into here? Francis, can you step into there? We'll take this opportunity to do a quick changeover and give everyone a break. Everybody else here okay? All right. Have we got some challenges there?
Sorry, it's literally dropped out here.
Okay.
And then this one down.
No, I don't like
So I've got to, I switch, okay, I'll switch that back there, right, okay. Where's, lost, okay. We'll see what happens. So where do I have a problem then? How many pictures? One, so I've got this 2, 4, okay, all right. I'll keep in mind that.
You could even enjoy a macaroon while you're waiting for it.
I could have,
I'm just going to go to the hold slide on here for
I'm
a
trying
minute.
to stay terrific, you know, so.
Okay, the mics are still live, but we're on the hold slide.
So the mics are live, but all you can see Epson Exceed Your Vision, the print awards, fantastic, isn't it wonderful? Having prints, we love prints. Canson Infinity is not a bad paper, and I just want everybody to know that being a Epson ambassador and a Canson Infinity ambassador, I really quite don't know what to tell you to print on. You see, I get into trouble there because, you know, Epson says, well, use our inks and use our papers. And, you know, Rob from KL says, come on, you're Canson. They shouldn't use that Ilford paper. They should only use the Canson. So I'm sort of torn and I don't know how to behave properly in public. So anyway, I just live with these little problems. And in the meantime, I really enjoy making prints. And is everybody enjoying seeing the real thing here? Isn't it great? Yeah. And the print handlers, dressed in blue. I mean, I think the blue. Well, you know, I just think blue's great because I'm from New South Wales. A bit dark. So at the moment we've got... who's seen Little Britain? Yeah. The computer says no. Oh, there. Okay, that's right. Turn it on, turn it off. All right. They let you in, did they? So for those in live streaming land, we are judging the Australian Photographic Prize. We are here in Judging Room 2. If you are bored, you could try Judging Room 1 because they might actually be working and we're not. On the other hand, if you're still here listening to us, you need to get a life. You need to get out there and find something better to do than to just listen to me babble on. Go and get yourself a cup of coffee. Go and get yourself a hot chocolate. Anything but sit here and listen to me just... Oh, okay, all right, that's a good idea. We can get the judges to introduce themselves. Francis, grab the microphone. We're going to do... So when were you born, Francis, and where was it? We're just going to go... No, the microphone's underneath your foot there. You think I'm joking, but I'm going to give you a hard time. So, Francis...
What would you like to know?
Well, Francis, tell us about yourself in 3 words. What do you...
I do like chocolate.
You do like chocolate?
Every day.
And where are you from, Francis?
I'm from Switzerland, so that's pretty obvious that I like chocolate. But chocolate is good for you.
Yes, yeah.
I am from Brisbane.
Brisbane?
And, so...
Are you enjoying the cold weather down here in Melbourne?
It's wonderful.
It's actually one of their warmer days of the year, I'm told.
I'm surprised how warm it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Brisbane, that's pretty good. Mark, where are you from?
Oh, yeah. So Southern Flinders Ranges and Adelaide, so South Australia.
So your name is Mark Y. No, Mark X. Mark Z.
Mark Z.
Right,
That's the one,
I got
yes.
it right.
Yeah.
Yep. Is that a differentiation problem, DYDX, that sort of stuff?
Yeah, no, not quite. It was just an immigration problem when my great-great-grandfather jumped off the boat. His name was way too hard to pronounce, and they went, okay, Z. Stamp, next.
And next to you, there's young Jackie Dean.
Yeah.
And you're from a good state, I'm told.
I am, indeed, New South Wales. Yeah. Originally from London.
Originally, we don't hold that against you.
No.
We're all
it's sad news about the Queen today, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good lady.
She was indeed.
She was, yeah.
And what are you doing with yourself these days, Jackie? What sort of artworks are you into?
Well, I'm still working, even at my old age.
Yeah.
But I actually used the Phase 1, the Q Phase 1. I borrowed it from Richard Williamson.
All right, yep, okay, cool.
So I had to...
We won't talk about that because this is sponsored by Nikon, so...
No, but I didn't say who he works for. Old mate of mine. Anyway, it was good to catch up with him.
That's good.
Yeah.
I thought you had a D850 as well, though.
I do have a D.
Well done, Tim. Well done.
I've always supported Nikon. You know. I'm a Nikon user.
Okay. What about you, Paul? Where are you from?
Oh, yeah, people ask me that all the time.
Well, that's because they're trying to make up a... You know, if you were a little bit more outgoing, a little bit more personable, we've got to ask you something else, you know.
I'm born in Aotearoa, in a little suburb in the Waitakere Ranges called Waitarua. I live in Tasmania on Kanani, and I'm an American citizen. Spent a lot of time living in San Francisco, and I'm also a European citizen through my old Dutch family from my father's side. So I've got 4 passports.
4 passports. And how long have you been with the CIA?
Well, I wandered through LAX once and I accidentally dropped all my passports on the ground at the same time. And it was like, follow me, sir. It was like 5 hours and a missed flight later. They decided I wasn't a spy, so yeah.
Okay, and Tum, sorry, what do I call you? Tum, yeah.
Sydney boy.
Tim Moon, yep.
Yep, the D850 is fantastic camera.
Good, well said, yes.
Yep. Matched up with a tilt shift lens. I think they're on display out the front, so fantastic work.
Yep.
And the Robin has contributed an Epson printer to the family, so we're looking forward to using the 906.
Okay, cool.
Another bit of advertising. What else can we fit in there?
I think...
Bit of Canson paper? I was just admiring the Canson rag display out the front there. So
fantastic.
Fantastic. Yep.
All of my prints in the awards today, which of course you don't know who they are, they're all printed on my lovely 906 at home.
Oh, very good.
Great little machine.
There we go. So we ready to go yet, technical people? No, we're not. Oh, God almighty, you know, hey? Oh, okay, right, volunteers, yeah, okay, let's go. No, we're going to start with you, John.
I'm John. I'm from Gippsland in Victoria, so country boy in Victoria. Do a bit of a mix of work, portrait work mostly, so it's been fun.
And John was the AIPP Professional Photographer of the Year in 1864. No, what was the year? No, that was me, 1864. You were a bit more recent, 19, something like that. Josie? Oh, come on.
Nothing exciting about me. From Victoria, Bayside, and into landscape photography.
And are you having fun out the back here?
I am having lots of fun.
What is so much fun about being a print handler?
I don't know, we get to see all the prints before you do.
And I certainly know a lot of people have started as print handlers, so if this continues on, it's a great job. Katie, come on. Come on down, Katie.
Don't do it, Peter.
You can't move it too far, though. Oh, you've got a little bit further.
Yep, I'm Katie. I'm from Victoria. A place called Tonnenbuck, which is about 35 minutes. Tonnenbuck.
Where?
It's a good name. It's Aboriginal for burnt out. So we're about half an hour, and it is burnt out a couple of years ago. So I'm loving this. This is my first time at Print Awards.
Cool.
So learning heaps.
All righty, passing it on, passing the baton.
Hi, I'm Xavier. I'm originally from the south of India and been in Australia for like 9 years. And
do you think you'll stay?
Maybe a bit longer. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, are we going up? I'm running out of jokes now.
I'm just wondering, Peter, with an Archibald tradition, whether there is a print handling
the print handlers award, yeah. Well, actually, you know you've won the print handler award because your print doesn't come back. Someone was handling it. We're ready to go. Okay. A little bit of decorum from the panel chair, please. Righto. Hit refresh on your personal electronic devices. Where did Adam go to? Good, thank you.
Oh, you know what it is? Not your auntie.
Well, he's not on there. I'll just put him in for his wife.
I did. I can. All right, that'll.
Shh, shh, the boss is here. They'll be well behaved. Everyone sitting up straight, please. As long as you don't put a dress on. Yeah. They're not here at the moment yet.
I am. I'm just trying to get into the competition.
So we're almost there.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
We're getting closer.
Ah, technology.
Okay.
In the old days, we used to use pen and paper. Wasn't so bad, was it, eh? Okay, we're just waiting for it. That's okay. We should have a lift-off, and we have a score of 78, I'm going to guess, 78. So we have a commended image, which is great. Wonderful light, lovely location. I wonder whether there's just a little bit too much going on, and whether maybe with a slightly more telephoto lens, you might be able to pick out a few more details, and that just might give the image a bit more strength. Thank you very much. We'll go for the next print. Thank you, Francis. I'm going to spot you out for a while and bring you back in, please. Floor on the system, because I don't know.
Like Hour at Night. That is the next one?
Oh, so it's the right print.
No, that's the next print. That's the next one.
It's not it either.
Ah, that's...
How do you say print missing?
Print missing? Okay, so if we...
we couldn't find the print,
Yeah.
so sorry, we'll go to the next print, so you're
Okay.
all right, John, sorry, mate.
Yeah, that was the one that was not.
Can you tell my wife that?
John, I'm the one who makes the jokes here. I think you're getting ahead of your station over there, mate.
scored and let's come back again.
It's a. Tell you what to give it. You should be right happy.
Ah, yes. Thank you. That'll be a change.
Yeah, I'm good. Tell me to score again.
Yeah, it pops back out again sometimes.
My bad. It was around the other way yesterday. I'm still catching up. Okay. We have a finalist, a semi-finalist at 84, and quite consistent judging across there. I think we're responding to the strong colour palette and the graphic nature. It looks like a leaf coming through. Maybe just darkening down that top left-hand corner and perhaps putting a little bit more life in the middle would have given it even a little bit more, just a bit more mid-tone contrast perhaps. But that's an old bloke looking at it. Next print, please.
Which one they got up there? We've got an average score of 67, and I think the entrance is to be commended for the idea behind it. Maybe just think about your timing a little bit and just let the rowers go a little bit further into the frame so they're not quite so close to the edge. And also you'll notice on your digital file there's a lot more detail in the print and the shadow areas, whereas in the print itself they've blocked up, and I think that's where the judges are giving you a bit of a hammering there, because the print quality is possibly what you need to work on a little bit. But yeah, you're on the right track. Next print, please. No, a bit of water, thanks. I sound a bit hoarse, am I? Thank you. Thank you. Guys up the back want chairs, because if you go through to the main hall, so you go through the bit up the stairs, around the right there's some shades and there's a whole lot of chairs there. If you want to bring some down, because I brought a few down and I thought I'm too old for this sort of stuff, so if you're younger and you want to go and get yourself a chair, go for your life. Oh no, we've got one up there on 92. Good, who's that? Righto, Jackie, on you go. I'm fully supportive of your scoring.
This is absolutely exquisite, and my eye just stays in the frame, and you go deeper and deeper, and all those lovely filigree little patterns going right the way through. It's exquisite. It's not oversaturated. It's perfect. beautifully printed, and I've given it 92.
So, Jackie, why didn't you give it a higher score?
Well,
who else?
I was actually referring back to the other, which probably I shouldn't do.
No.
Okay. Don't ask me.
No, I won't ask you. Anybody else like to have a comment? Paul, sure.
Yeah, I'm very close behind you, Jackie. I think the visceral textural qualities of this and the consistency of how that's presented through the frame is almost like nothing I've ever seen. And just how masterfully the tonal range and colour palette is just gently washed and paraded through the image and you use the word, it's perfection. It's an unusual composition and it's kind of unassuming in a lot of ways, but it's also very structurally complex and that delicacy and complexity at the same time is presented just beautifully.
And I'll write 100 times on the board, I am a chicken. And that's why I didn't score it higher, because I sit myself with the question, I keep looking at it and going, what is it? How is it done? It asks all these technical questions. I wish I knew how it was done. I can make stories of like the gold colour that just seeps out. It's not oversaturated, as we said. It's the rich vein of gold. It's the alluvial thing. Stories abound, but the more I look at it, the more I just want to know how and what and why. And I think that's putting it way up there.
I'd suggest that listening to your comments, that there's a disconnect between what you're scoring and what you're actually. That's an incredibly sophisticated piece of art. Yeah, so.
My right of reply. I've been extremely foolish not to go higher on this, and but my fellow judges, you're free to judge.
Thank you, Jackie. Tim, you can make
I just want to jump in and say that I appreciate the detail and appreciate the image for the storytelling and the rest of what we're seeing, but there's just a couple of areas which are just sort of flat. So on the bigger overall picture, I'm being held back by a couple of the areas that just don't have that same clarity that the rest of the image has. So love the image, love the detail, but just those couple of areas which aren't as clear as the others are just holding it back for me.
Okay, you can't see them, Jackie. Yeah, all right. That's feedback. That's positive and negative feedback. There's no trouble. Judges, if you'd rescore, please.
I can't rescore that.
No, you're stuck.
I'll come up a bit for you, Jackie.
Well, he's not. No, don't. It's not at all. Okay, we've got a worthy finalist with a score of 91. Thank you, judges. Okay, next print, please.
What's the next one, is it? Oh, the one under.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Have you finished your chomping? Have you up there? Would you like to step in after the next one? I'll get you to take over from Paul. Thank you, that'd be good. Have you pressed enter, Jackie? Thank you, judges. We have a semi-finalist with a score of 83. I guess we're all responding to that, the strong perspective that's sitting in there. And then we've got, unusually, that the road coming across at a tangential angle in the foreground, which steps it out of the usual, which is very strong print, lovely graphic nature. Next image, please. And we'll do a quick print swap, a judge swap. We put a new judge up for printing, please. We're waiting. Oh, Jackie's there. She's there already. That's good. Thank you. We have an 89. But in this situation, I'm certainly going to look at either of the two people who've scored at golds and see if someone would like to challenge. So, so what have we got? You're the 93, are you, Adam? Well, you'd be the one to challenge then.
I think in these sort of images, apart from the technical, the palette is and the concentration of the colour leading us into the centre, is the stories that we can create from it. And there's a story of life, of creation, of birth. Whether you want it to be the sun in the middle or even the female form, I guess, and the egg at the end, and even coming down to the to the blue sky and the outside world. There's such power in the story that comes and the colour. That it's put deliberately right in the centre of that image, and everything is chaos around it. It's masterfully handled through the palette. We get every element of any that story we want to get. Technically, I think it's a very well, a beautifully handled print, and I just want to keep looking at it over and over again. And I think it's definitely high up in the finalists category.
Bill,
So, as Adam has said, this cauldron of life in the middle is incredibly important, and what it gives us that many similar pictures don't is a narrative. And you can make that narrative whatever you like, but it's an added element which is very important.
Mark, yep.
Yeah, look, I think when we're looking at the highest category of scoring. There's a few little distractions for me. So the blue on the bottom right-hand corner keeps on pulling me down, and it's just one of those ones that I would have really loved to have seen admitted through from the print because it doesn't add to the narrative at all. And also there seems to be just kind of like a little bit of a disconnect in the colour cast from the warmth above versus the kind of coolly sort of colour palette that's leading up from the bottom. So there's a few little technical print improvements that I would have loved to have seen done to this image, but I am still listening and I'm still kind of just sitting on the fence with it.
Good. Anything extra to be said?
Yeah, I'm just agreeing with Adam where I think the sense of narrative Bill, I think the sense of narrative to uplift an aerial in this instance is fantastic.
Adam, right of reply?
Yeah, I think it's just about that initial, the explosion in the middle and the way the colour is presented. I look at the colours on the outside. I look at the sort of the blueness at the bottom as being a reflection of what's outside, the outside world, which isn't perfect. It isn't. You go from chaos to uncertainty outside. Whatever narrative you want to make, it's available there to you, and I really think we should reward it.
Okay, judges, if you'd like to hold your score and re-enter it, please, Adam. Judges, you're able to rescore. So we've got an undisputed finalist with an average score of, roll of drums, 91. And when you get a chance to see the print again, you'll see how the appropriate choice of paper can really enhance a presentation. I think the choice of paper on this occasion has been superlative. Next print, please. Jackie, also if you keep your phone open and the computer open, then maybe it won't go to sleep and you'll have quicker access. And just because I noticed that a lot of you are closing your phones, and it might be to save battery, maybe you have to. I'm just wondering whether that might help.
Mine just goes to sleep straight away, like goes back to its lock screen.
You might not be able. I'm just wondering. Might not work, Jackie. Technology is designed for our generation. It's just there to confuse us. That's right, we did, didn't we? She's pressed the button. It's come through. Okay, we have a commended image with a score of 74. I think that it's commended. I like the subtle, quiet nature of the image. I wonder whether maybe just a little bit tight on the left-hand side. In other words, maybe a little bit more space, or maybe a little bit more space overall. But it's got a beautiful mood and tenderness to it, I think. Next print, please.
Adam's getting in there quick.
I'm slow in every other way, so I've got to do it.
Locked me out.
Go on, Mark. Someone of your generation shouldn't be trying to blame technology. Or are you joining me? It is actually true, though, isn't it, Adam? I like your point that we invented the technology, didn't we? Why doesn't it bloody work?
we send it to our kids to test, that's why.
All right, come on, here we go. Okay, so we have a semi-finalist with an average score of 84. We've got an opportunity for Tim to challenge. Yeah, please do. You're on 91. You're not Robinson Crusoe. You've got an 88 and a couple of 80s there.
That's right. The thing that takes my interest in this image is when you first look at it, you've got that sense of the flames sort of travelling up from the bottom left up to the top of the picture. And then as you interrogate the image more, I see bodies. All right, I see shoulders up on the top, and I see figures actually emerging from the flames. So I think that's the thing that captures my imagination, that takes me to the next level, is just that thing that looks quite ordinary to begin with, and then finding something within the image once you interrogate it.
Mark?
Yeah, look, I was almost up there, and I think this is a beautiful piece of art, and it's been printed absolutely flawlessly. The thing that kind of pulls me out of the narrative, though, is the top right-hand corner and the inclusion of that kind of the contrasting bluey purple, which contrasts so boldly with the oranges. I think maybe muting that down a little bit or omitting that from the print would have really helped this come up a little bit and make you focus on that imagination that all those shapes that you want to find within the image.
Bill?
Acknowledging all the positive comments, the images like this that we have rewarded so far have also had a very, very strong graphic element to them, graphic shape, graphic form. This has wonderful texture, it has wonderful colour, it's beautifully printed. I can see the wraith-like bodies in here, but they're jammed in so much that it's really hard to appreciate them. I just think it lacks that graphic integrity or that graphic adventurism that it needs to elevate it to much higher than a semi-finalist.
Okay, right of reply, Tim?
I'll take that on board.
Okay, Tim, if you keep your score, and judges, the other judges are free to rescore after considering the comments. Thank you.
What's the time now? It is literally 12 o'clock on the dot.
Okay, so we're just waiting for Jackie's computer to work. Did you notice how I didn't say Jackie? I said Jackie's computer. Okay, we have a final score of 86. So great image. Thank you. Beautiful print. So just quickly, so everybody knows out in streaming land as well as here, and specifically I've been told to make this very clear to the judges. Lunch has been scheduled for 12:15, which is now 14 minutes, 23 seconds away. But you will not get 45 minutes because you have not been fast enough. So you need to be fast with your lunch. We've got 30 minutes only. So that means we will be back at what time? 12:45, that's right. So please make this clear to the judges and live stream before breaking. Thank you. Okay, I've done so. Another 15 minutes. Righto. Next print, please. And no, you judges have been wonderful. You have been trying to be short, brief, succinct and pithy, but I do know that we've had some wonderful pictures to discuss, and discussion is very important.
Yeah, it's probably the easiest. Oh, he's just read it out to everybody.
No, there's no break.
Robin's coming up.
Oh, okay, it's going to be changed. Oh, hey, you guys are in trouble.
You lied to us.
Okay, we have a score of 80, so this is a semi-finalist. I'm still getting used to saying semi-finalist, and I'm going to ask for someone to make a quick comment, and that, I guess, would be you, Adam. Is that right? Yep.
Again, a good exploration of texture and interesting. I'm a little confused as to something that elevates me through, and even the figures in the bottom, the white figures, I'm just not quite sure how they resolve with the rest of the image, but certainly a good exploration of texture and angle.
Thank you. Next print, please. Someone's turned the air conditioning on. There's a landscape, was it?
Right through. I
think your photo sheet was the best one.
Yeah, Bill's big book of sheep.
Yep, sure. Francis, would you like to step in, please? Ooh. Oh, I like a discussion. That's good.
89.
89. 89. Okay, well, there we go, because it's a majority score, is it? Okay, so, but since we've got a couple of people who've given it a higher score, they're able to challenge. Do we have anybody? I think I know who I'm going to ask. Do you, Jackie? What do you think? Do you think I should be the one to ask?
I'd love you to ask me, because...
Jackie, would you like to challenge this picture?
I would love to challenge this picture. It's minimalism at its absolute best. Just a wonderful print, that splash of colour. It's beautifully printed again. The position of the pink with the tree-like blob is so beautifully placed. It's not smack bang in the middle. My eye goes around and round and just keeps being sucked into this beautiful landscape. And I've scored it 98. Did I score it 98? Yeah. It's pure perfection. I think it's exquisite.
Sure. I appreciate the detail and the quality and the colour and everything, and magnificently printed. But the elements are just too far apart. All right, there's not enough concentration. So we spoke before about the graphic nature of an image and elevating it by the way the simple graphics are, and this I think suffers from the same. It doesn't have that strong graphic. I love that centrepiece with the red and the green. I find in some ways the yellow is a bit distracting because it leads me off the page. All right, and I think the centre of interest at the top, with my eye being drawn off by the yellow swish, that doesn't help add to the intensity of the image.
Oh, this is the most exciting image I've seen all day. I'm with Jackie all the way on this. This is the tree of life. It's the tree of life encased in a womb, if you like. It's just a wonderfully symbolic image. The colour is so minimal. We've only got 3 colours that we're working with. Everything else is a textural void. That gesture of yellow at the bottom of the frame is so incredibly important to balance the image. Without it, it would suffer from what Tim has criticised as compositional faults. I think this is pretty perfect, Jackie. I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree with everything that has been said. I actually will come up, especially because the centrepiece there is amazing. What did hold me back in the first place was the paper choice, because it's such an absolutely outstanding, amazing image, and I don't think it needs the extra texture on that paper. So maybe if someone can explain that. I would have preferred it on a more plainer background.
Okay, Jackie, right of reply.
Paper's perfect in my eyes, and I think it actually enhances the image. I think it's really exquisite and really beautiful. It's a palette of just simple colours and simple composition, but it's near perfect.
Okay, judges. Jackie, if you would re-enter your score of 98, please. Judges, if you would re-score. 93? Gold, finalist. Oh, old habits die hard. Okay, beautiful print. Next print, please. I've got some... Oh, okay. Right, okay. This is not an announcement for all of you after all.
No.
But I'm told there is another announcement coming. You know all that good news I gave you about Yum Yum and Eat Eat and all of that? That's going to change, yeah.
Does that help you at all? Yeah, cool.
No, I'm just thinking my way through it at the moment and wondering when I'm eating lunch. Sometimes when you get into this zone of panel chairing, your brain sort of takes a little while to kick in, and that just might be my age, of course, so who knows. But no, this is all good. This is very useful.
Sorry, just bear with me, my phone's gone off.
That's right.
Okay. Even though I didn't close it.
You guys can also remember to take your phone with you to the front. You don't have to sit down.
Take the phone up with you, yeah. Okay, we've got the scores in. Now it's up to the computer. 86. Pretty consistent judging there. I think when the streaming people are looking at it, they might be perhaps thinking that, oh no, it's not looking so bad now, but it might have been the angle. But there is a beautiful tone all the way through, texture all the way, very subtle colour palette, lovely strong composition. I think that's just down in near El Chaltén in South America, I'm guessing, but wherever it is, beautiful location, beautiful capture. Next print, please. You think it was on the sky, yeah?
Something similar, but somewhere on planet Earth. Do you want us to give you the actual sky?
So I will.
We can give you a heads up when the first
Yeah,
one.
a little bit closer.
Yeah.
But I think what I'll do is. Yeah, in about 5 I'll bring in, because I've got Adam up there, and then after that I can put Robin in over there, so we'll deal with it. Okay, thank you. Silence reigned. Remember those old-fashioned keypads that didn't have to warm up and talk to any other computer on the other side of the world and come back? Okay, we have 76. We have a commended image, and I think the texture in there, the fresh snow, that little highlight in the middle there is just absolutely beautifully seen, and the photographer should be commended, and indeed is. Next print, please. Step out, okay. Adam, what's up?
Sorry. We're putting you on, Adam. There you go, mate.
That's all right.
Yes. Got yours. We've got
Just waiting for the rest of the sliders. What is it, a dog?
Avon calling.
That's the lunch bell.
Okay, we have a score of 80. It just scrapes into the semi-finalist range, and I'm not going to be able to move it up any much further, but I think it's a delightfully composed picture. I think that possibly there's a hesitation with perhaps the low contrast, whereas I actually think the low contrast is quite intentional, and I think it works beautifully well. Love the figure shape there, love the control of it. So maybe a little bit harshly done by, but we do have very good judges who are normally quite correct. Next print, please. Oh, wait on. Yeah, Bill wanted to say something?
I do not wish to challenge, although I could, but I'm just going to say I gave it 5 extra points for the figure with the umbrella.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. No, you can stay on at the moment. That's good. Thank you. So I think there's going to be a slight change of directions, and we're probably going to go through to the end of the category before we give you food. Seems to be that's the only way they can get you to work.
We have one macaroon left.
That's mine. Okay, an 83. So a semi-finalist. Congratulations. I'm looking at the print. It is beautifully seen. I wonder whether just a fraction less contrast might make it. Yeah, I find that I'm going through a stage in life where a little less contrast seems to give me. I feel happier about life, and maybe that would be the case with this. But love the composition and the framing. Next print, please. Excuse me. The problem was they were medicating for something else. So
he did for it. Oh, it's going to break before I get it.
Five pieces. He's medicating. Oh, that was for me, that one. I haven't had one yet.
That's all right.
Sorry, Peter.
No, all good. We're under control.
They're completely under control.
It's all normal. Fine.
Nothing to see here. Is what we
So many of these little notes here.
give them back.
You will be quizzed.
Are you rating them? From 1 to 10?
Yeah. Can you give me a score?
Car's being towed. You're being selective.
Actually, things moved around, haven't they? Eh? So we're going to. I've got myself in a muddle now, but anyway.
That's all right. I'll give you an update.
Okay, yeah, I know. We changed, didn't we? That threw me. Threw my plans. We have an 81, a semi-finalist. We do have a range of scores. You're going to put your hand up? Or was it you or is it you? Who is it? Okay, it's you. Okay, me. What about me? Okay.
I'm sticking my neck out just as they are.
Thank you, Bill.
Subjects of the scope. This is gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. I wish it had been presented to us horizontally as a bigger image. It's a little bit precious, small like that. But this is just wonderful because it's a moment in time as well as a beautiful landscape. And too often we let the landscape do all the work, and this is a nice little gesture also from the living world that actually brings that landscape into some kind of a more human context for us. It's beautifully balanced. The tones and textures are terrific. I think this deserves better than an 81.
So, well, wait on, I'll get someone who's at the other end first. Did you want to? I've got everyone's lifting their microphones up. So, Tim, yep.
Yeah. I agree. I love the tonality. Love the feature in the middle. The thing that's holding me back is the horizon line going straight through the cattle. And if they were able to separate the subject in a more effective way, I'd be up there with you.
Mark?
Yeah, look, the thing that kind of held me back a little bit, there was some perceived fringing on the cow on the right, so I'm not convinced that this wasn't a moment captured. It may be a moment forced. Whether or not it is or not, I think, a little bit of extra work around post-production just to fix that perceptual contrast difference that we're seeing would have really helped to elevate this a little bit. But I do agree with Bill. It is a gorgeous composition, gorgeous moment, and a gorgeous print.
Thank you. Bill?
Oh, look, this is just a little bit of poetry to contrast against the prose that we've been looking at.
Judges, if you'd like to rescore. Bill, if you could keep yours at... was it you? Yeah, Bill.
87.
87, thank you.
87.
We have 83, so it's a little bit more for you there, Bill. So, a semi-finalist, fantastic. Next print, please.
We've had that one. Is it the same? It's a different one? No, it's similar. It's not the same.
It's exactly what I said.
Yeah. This is print 59. Where are we at?
So I'm thinking... okay.
Cool.
How are we going, judges? Are we waiting for the computer again?
Yeah, we're just waiting. Adam might just being really lazy. We're about to confuse you a lot. 76.
Have 76. We have a commended image, and that's me to have a little bit of a chat. With this image, I like the balance where you've got the tall on the right and the slightly smallers on the left. I just have a look at the colour saturation. It's unusual for me to say there's a little bit too much colour saturation, isn't there? But I'm not so much worried about the colour saturation as that just might be out of gamma with the colour. And so by being out of gamut, we're also losing some of the detail in there. And that's what I'm suggesting you look at and just bring back in. Okay, next print, please.
All right. Here's your notes.
Okay.
Big one.
Alrighty. No, that's okay. All right. Robin, I'm just going to get you to take over from Tim, please. I'm sick of looking at an ugly moon. I want to look at a pretty one.
Yeah, it's a note. We're going to be dealing with this one.
Take that up still.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be moving you back out again.
Just give you a phone.
Rob? Yeah, just use your phone.
What if you log in?
It's a long story.
We're doing a little bit of musical chairs here and there.
Yep.
Oh, we can't do that. We can't do that. That's all right. Can't just, yep. Okay. Okay, we have a semi-finalist with an average of 86. Fantastic. Strong graphic design. Great use of paper as well. Just gives that little silvery shimmer. Love the little gesture of the, I guess it's the flow out or the flow in of the water. Beautifully seen and put together. Next print, please.
Do we? There's a disconnect there, isn't there? And what do we do? Give us some guidance, Peter.
Well, I'm just waiting for the last score to come in. I'm not asking you to. You shouldn't be looking at the other judges' scores. You just do it. Okay. Well, let's have a chat about this because I realise that we're time poor and all that, but I look at the picture and I'm actually sitting in there with Jackie in the middle, and I wonder why the guys are down on a lower score. So at the moment we've got a 73. It's commended. We'll start off with you, Mark, since you asked. You're wanting to have a bit of a chat and a guidance.
Yeah. So the digital image submitted is different to the printed image, and so we have a repeat inclusion on the bottom of the image in the print that isn't present in the digital image. I would have come up 10 points had of that error not been made, because I think the printing, the colour palette, it's got a lot going for it.
Yep.
But it's a pretty obvious error that should have been picked up in packing.
Yep. Good point. Thank you. I didn't notice it. Yep.
If I may, I read that as clumsy cloning. That's how I read that, as cloning. That's just bad cloning. And I can't speak to the difference between the two images, but that's how I read that. And it's why I marked it the way I did.
It's almost like the wrong file has been.
I've got some other
printed out.
problems with it as well, but that was the main.
Yeah.
You
So
know.
for those in video land, there's a duplication of maybe 5% or 10% across the bottom, once or twice across the bottom. So that's an error in the print that's actually been submitted, and that's why there is such a disparity in the score, because one of the important aspects is print quality. And so Jackie and I were both there saying this was a semi-finalist, but because of that error, we just have to say, sorry guys, if you're professional, you're submitting something to a client, then that's got to be right. But the positive is that it's beautiful light and location, and I hope wish the entrant better success next time. Just have a look at your print before you send it off, and if you didn't get to look at it and you've got someone else to do it, they owe you a beer. Okay.
Pete, could I just add very
please.
quickly, take one or two more steps into the picture, raise your camera level a bit, make a lot more of that diagonal, make that fence post with the barbed wire wrapped around it the hero.
Okay, cool. Yep. Thank you. Beautiful.
Turn the print upside down before you send it off.
You see.
You'll see it properly.
No, I think everybody's okay with the score. Are we comfortable there at 73? Yep. Okay, thank you. No, I don't want to take away the commended because it's a beautiful image, but we can't get you up into the next category. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Next print, please.
Yes, if you could swap with Robin, please.
I just read it as bad cloning. There's a lot of it.
Did you get some lunch? You're lucky. Keep an eye on the web, please, Mark. We have a commended award with an average score of 75, and I'd just like to commend the photographer on the composition. I think the flow of the composition from left to right is exquisite, and the use of the dunes, etc. Maybe the time of day, the choice of light, just controlling that highlight is a little bit of a challenge, but if you can get back to that location and explore it under perhaps slightly different lighting conditions, or even just reworking the tonality there, you've got something worth playing with. Next print, please.
So we're at 12:30. And we have 19 prints, including this one.
So, do we just make a run for it, the late lunch? I think I would. That would be what my suggestion
I
would
know somebody's got a talk or something they have to go to.
Then we'll have to let them go.
Yeah. I'm not sure who it was, so that's all.
Yeah. Yeah, not too sure.
We're just going to keep going. People disappearing after.
Okay, we've got some varying scores to discuss. We've got an average of 79. We need to have somebody challenging up there on 89. That's right. So you're you're right up there, Mark. So let's start off with you.
Yeah. So decisive moment of capturing the energy within a landscape. This has got it all going on. The beautiful balance and the lack of going hard on the saturation and of that sunset happening behind there is just really, it's a good delicate balance between the real ruggedness and roughness of the actions within the wave there. I would have loved to have gone up had the print quality been better, but there are some significant print errors in there that I'll acknowledge, and that's kind of why I held back a bit. But I do think that this is semi-finalist quality of image.
Okay. Anybody else like that? Adam? Yep.
Yeah, I was excited by the action. That moment is very impactful from back here, and that's what got me excited. And you get up to the print, and the heaviness around the corners, especially and crossing over into the actual subject line is what, and also that perceived horizon line sort of tilts me to that right-hand side, and I don't get to anything over it. So I don't mind if the horizon's not, but when it leads me to sort of away from the action rather, and I feel like the action's all sort of encased in that left-hand side, and the handling and even the crop just kind of hems me in a little bit. It's great action, but just not quite there for me.
Okay, right of reply. Yep.
Great. Look, the perceived horizon line doesn't bother me at all because of the strong verticals within the dominant element within the image, and it kind of brings me around in this beautiful arc coming through. Look, I would just be happy to bring it up just 1 point.
Okay. Mark, you're stuck there on 89. Other judges are free to rescore.
Sweet nothings, mate. Sweet nothings.
Oh, I think that's helped. No, we're not waiting on Jackie. We're waiting on Jackie's computer, her phone.
Sorry, Jackie.
Yeah. 82, so into the semi-finalist category. Thank you, Mark. Okay, next print, please. We've got about 20 images or so to go. So we're going to try and get through these before lunch, just because I feel if we break and come back, that's not fair to the other entries. So, and it's your fault that we're running late, so you just get on with it.
Like the print handlers. Get a free cup too.
So where are we now?
We are, yeah.
There, okay.
And that one, just ignore that.
Okay, right.
That one's been moved to the end.
Okay,
As
all right.
confirmed by the guys.
Okay. We have an average of 81. 81. So that's a semi-finalist. Beautiful, strong graphic image. I'm going to guess it's in Iceland with the braided rivers coming out. I wonder if the photographer has chosen to give a yellow colour cast in the middle, because I can see the clean whites, but I wonder whether going, just taking some of that yellow out might let the blues and the reds shine a little bit more, create a bit more contrast. But just a thought. Beautiful, strong image, very strong graphic. Next print, please. I'm looking at the judges and they wouldn't have done anything I suggested at all. Oh, no, they're just looking stunned because I said no lunch. Yeah, hungry. Sorry,
Oh, no, we're fine.
you're laughing at me, not with me at the moment. I was zizzing off.
We're laughing at the computer system. It's a tech thing.
A tech thing. It's like me, not laughing at Jackie, but laughing at her phone. It's still being diplomatic.
I don't want to be ageist, but...
Always send these to me.
I've never...
I was a good treasurer when we were excellent.
You were the best president too.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'd agree with that. Apart from it cheating.
And who's the other one?
You were never president.
No, I wasn't talking about me. Okay, we've got a strong semi-finalist. We've got an average of 84. really infrared impact. If it's not, it looks infrared. I just wonder whether it's a little bit harsh. We're talking about contrast again, maybe a little less contrast around the edges could have perhaps just given a bit more sophistication. Adam, you're going to say?
And just that tiny little bit of brightness that sort of disappears into the black, and I probably said something completely opposite of what I've said before, but kind of draws me away from finding those figures in all that sort of, gritty detail. I kind of am drawn a little bit away where I really want to be smack bang in the middle.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Next print, please. We have an 80, a semi-finalist, and I think that's left for me to have a little bit of a chat. I love the top part because of the contrast. I wonder whether, if we're going to include that little shelf there, as at Skipper's Canyon in New Zealand, whether we just perhaps need to lighten up some of those areas, just a hint, just so that we've got a little bit more to look at. Possibly you could darken down the top there, but look, it's very, very close and very, very dramatic. Beautiful print. We have a semi-finalist with an average score of 84. Beautiful, strong graphics, almost looks like an aerial of a cyclone or something like that, and then you get in and you see all the little details of rocks or ice and floating on a or maybe it's the lake or whatever, not too sure, but it's intriguing and beautifully seen and captured. Next print, please. Okay, we're going to do, okay, maybe, Robin, have you finished your lunch?
Yes, you can have me for 10 minutes.
Oh, you're going to do the talk, aren't you? Okay, all right. Paul, can I get you, mate? You're free to judge? Yeah. I'll drop you out here.
It's in the digital, if you're talking about the diagonal lines.
We have a semi-finalist with an average score of 83. I was going to say 83. I'm getting better at this. There's no challenge capacity there. No. The the subtle use of colour, the desaturation. I love this style, so I have a bias there, I guess. Maybe just a hint too light in the top left. The plain contrail. I often wondered whether this could almost be part of a runway, there's little, whatever. So I like to look for those little errors in a file. And these days of digital perfection, I'm happy to see the errors. So beautiful patina, just lovely. I love the colour. Beautiful print. Next one, please. Don't be sorry, just score.
81.
Thank you. 81, thank you. No, I was just waiting to hit. So we have a semi-finalist at 81. I think looking at the tonality, I'm loving the image. I love the highlight of the tree coming across, the contrast of the tree coming across. When you get in close, there's almost a hesitation for the judges to think, this has been over-sharpened because there are all those halo lines. And it was a trap, but none of us fell for it because it's just the snow on the side of the tree. And it's, wonderful. Lovely mood. Thank you. Next print, please.
The coffee truck is disappearing in 45 minutes. Get your act.
We'll only be here till 1:30.
We're on
13. There's no way in the world we're going to get out to that coffee. I've got to have a chat to Boots and get her to get me another hot chocolate.
We can get that, guys. Do you want an order?
13 prints. Yeah, but she'll be gone by the time I get out there. 45 minutes she's there. Oh, okay.
I was like, you're killing me.
I was just trying to get a second free hot chocolate out of Boots, that was all.
Sorry, guys.
So we're worried about coffee and not the prints.
Got distracted by the word coffee.
We have a commended with an average score of 77. Nice, subtle tones. I like the low contrast. I wonder whether just darkening down the top a little bit and then maybe just putting a brush through the middle just to lift that up a little bit. But on the other hand, the entrant can just say, no, I like it as it is, and I'd agree with them. A good commended print. Thank you.
Pete, do you want a break? Do you want a break? Or do you want to run to?
Oh, no, I'm fine for that. But thanks for offering. That's kind. No, I got to go down with the ship. You've got to, the judges haven't eaten. I can't sort of disappear and come back and. That's right. Yeah. Brothers and sisters unite.
Just scraps.
You saved me a little bit, have you? Is it hummus again? We have an 81, and that's a semi-finalist. What a fantastic landscape, hey? Just absolutely, surreal. I wonder whether the photographer is giving us these tantalising glimpses of too many areas. We've got the foreground, we've got the middle ground, and we've got the background, and maybe there's just a little bit too much going on, and perhaps, perhaps concentrating on the top part a little bit more, and maybe just moving the camera angle down a fraction. But hey, it's fantastic as it is. Beautiful. Next print, please. What was that, Tim? You being rude? No.
He's telling me off.
I just picked up one.
Hey, you want to step back? Yeah. Right, Tim, you good to sit on that? Thanks.
Just taking a moment, guys.
We're almost at the end.
What do you mean? We've got another panel to go this afternoon, haven't we?
Oh, just for this? That is correct.
Yep. Don't do that to me.
Sorry, I can't see.
No, that's all good. We're under control. Oh, okay, afterwards. Okay, yeah. No, you're not going to lunch early. No. I might need you, Adam. That's right. Mark's phone's going slowly as well. Yours says okay. Oh, it came through. All right, okay.
Waiting for the moon.
I don't want you to feel pressured or stressed, Tim, but, hurry up. Okay, we have a 79, I'm guessing.
Yep.
And that is just below. Can anyone challenge? Yeah, someone can challenge. You want to challenge, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we're just looking at one extra point to really encourage the photographer here. I think semi-finalists is where this sits comfortably. The tonality or the colour in the print, the colour coming through in the print is really subtle and it's beautifully handled. I really enjoyed just the rolling repeats through subtly, and the little hints of where the black points are actually hitting are all really appropriately placed to hold your eye within the frame comfortably. There's nothing hanging out on the edge or nothing dragging you out where it shouldn't be, and you go straight in, led through to those beautiful birds sitting there. So I think we're not asking for much more, but I think it is definitely worth trying to just pop it up into that next level.
Tim?
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, and it's a beautiful image, and I love the what's going on in there. The thing that holds me back is that the bright point is not where the detail is. So I get drawn to other areas to the detail, but the bright part of the image is where my eye goes. So I've got that dilemma when I'm looking at the image, so it's just holding me back there.
Okay, right of reply, Mark?
Yeah, look, I think had the bright point been above at the birds, it would have felt far too forced. I think it's a comfortable landscape where that bright point of the print lays, and it's laying comfortably through the diagonal of the print as well. So I don't think that holds it back for me. But I'd just like for you to all just to reconsider a little bit and just a little nudge.
Thank you, Mark. Judges, if you'd like to rescore, Mark, you'll hold yours at 85. Thank you.
I was like, go back to what my screen.
You look like you're having way too much fun over there.
Technology, it's great.
Are we there yet?
81.
81. Thank you. Well done. A semi-finalist. Next print, please. So we're all good now? We're relaxed, aren't we? I don't have any issues I've got to worry about. How many have we got to go?
We have 10.
Okay.
82, 174. You've got the extra, remember, which is with that.
We have a commended image with a score of 75, I'm guessing.
76.
76, there you go. I think I guess the judges are reacting to the wonderful reflections. There's a lot of beautiful detail in there. I would just double check the horizon, but it could be something in the background that makes it look a little bit askance, and then maybe just a hint too much contrast in the image. So maybe just backing that off in the foreground a fraction and just darkening down the sky a bit. But yeah, it's a well-earned commended. Next print, please. We have a commended image with an average of 74. What I love about the composition is the simplicity, but if it's going to be simple, then make it simple, and maybe we just need to clone out the little bit of light coming up in the top right-hand corner and just, keeping it simple. Thank you. Next print, please. Is that YMCA?
The bird is the word.
Do you know what was written on the other side of that paper then? It was very rude. Thank you for looking there.
We have a commended image with an average 72. Thank you. My first thought was to suggest that we need a little bit more space at the bottom, but as I'm standing here looking at the print, I feel that having it so tight down there actually makes me feel like I'm falling into the print there, which I love. I like that side, and so maybe a bit off the top is what we need. Possibly a little bit more mid-tone contrast just to give a bit of life there, but a lovely mood in what has been presented. Next print, please. So we have a commended image with an average score of 73. Love the stars. Think a little bit about the exposure, because you do have some star movement up in the top but not down in the middle, because you're using a wide angle lens. That doesn't worry me overly, but perhaps with the amount of light that you're throwing in on your subject, again, they might not have a lot of control over that, but later on in post-production maybe you can darken that down so there's a little bit more mood created rather than just bombasting the location with light. But nice composition, well composed. Okay, so we've got an average score of 78. So I'd say commended. I would suggest that, as aerial photography, half of the challenge is to get a good frame and a good composition. I think that's been achieved. Maybe going back to the raw file and looking at darkening down the surrounds and perhaps bringing up the colour. And someone's like Bill's going to sit here opposite me and say, no, that's been done intentionally. Maybe it is. But I just feel that there could be a little bit more life brought out with the tonality. So I was just looking at your score, Bill, because you were up there a little bit higher than the others. Thank you. Next print. I wasn't being disparaging, I was being respectful.
Stirred by the metaphor, not the...
Yeah.
Stirred by the metaphor.
A nice turn of phrase. Must be stirred by the metaphor.
couple of points for metaphor.
Yeah, I agree.
We have a semi-finalist with a score of 81. Again, using a sort of a silvered metallic paper, it's really brought out the blues. Wonderful texture through there, and a good strong composition. Thank you. Next print, please. It is good this to see the different paper surfaces that we're seeing today. Photograph has scored an 80 with a semi-finalist status. Really intriguing sense of composition, or the way the photographer's just chosen that V shape within there and the light areas around. Maybe a square format may work a little bit better. I'd suggest that the subject's squished, but we're not allowed to do that in this category. So anyway, next print, please. What was the score? Oh, sorry, 80. Sorry, it was 80. Yeah. Was that okay? Was that score all right for you, John?
That's all good. I give it 80.
We have a commended with an average score of 73, and I think you can imagine this is a really big print, being able to get in there and enjoy all of the texture. But I think if you look at the digital file, the dam or the structure there just stands out a little bit more. And I think just maybe I used a bit of contrast and tonality just to give us a little bit more of a clue about what it is the photographer wants us to look at might enhance the print. Next print, please.
Look at this one, AJ.
Jackie's compensating for her computer device.
I can be speedy.
Oh, well, we thought we were going for lunch early, but now we're going to have a long talk, which is wonderful. Okay, well, we've got a range of scores here from 72 to 91. That probably makes... no, still not an automatic... there's an automatic challenge at 1. But anyway, we'll just allow a challenge to go... well, actually, if I make it an automatic challenge, then everyone can rescore. So, I'll make it an automatic challenge. Righto, I guess that's you, Paul. You're off first, mate.
Yeah, beautifully impactful. It just boom, just hit me the second I saw it flash here before I even got up close, and I was magnificently rewarded when I did get up close. You can look into every single porous element of that frame all the way to the back, and find the little elements of context and story sort of all the way through the back of the frame. Particularly, those little features sort of popping through under the trees and back on the right hand side, and yet it's beautifully sort of framed and softly presented and moved forward and given this spacious dimensionality and the context of the landscape. And it speaks strongly of culture and place. It's sort of really poetically presented. It's given a very pleasing and beautiful amount of breathing room around it through the tonality and the white and the actual structure and design of the image. It's well worth spending time with. I'm on 91.
Bill?
Gosh, you're surprised you're coming to me. My problem was exactly with the space, actually. I think it's neither here nor there. What I want to see here is a square crop forcing us into this picture. It's very, very formal. The elements of it are very formal. The building, the trees, the sloping background of the mountain on the left, the shoulder. And I'd like to come in tighter or see it from much further away, isolated in the landscape. Apart from all that, I think it's just a fairly conventional landscape. It ticks all the boxes for commended. I can't see much more in it.
Anybody else want to add something different? Tim?
1 step right, 20 steps forward, you got it.
Yeah, look, I was kind of maybe holding back a little bit on this, but I just want to add, I think had this been forced in tighter, I think we would have lost it a little bit, and we would need to then, totally recompose the image. But I think the breathing space is what I'm really enjoying about it, and just the little cross at the top there being so well defined into that receding background is just something really special about this image, and it just I get drawn up into that beautiful triangular shape within the centre of the frame really well. I'm still kind of on the fence, so maybe try and bring it home, Paul.
Yeah, I think it's easy for us to all say, we would have done it differently, but the photographer has done it this way, and it's been presented this way intentionally. And I think that I don't think we need to give this photographer advice or direction as to where to go. I think we need to assess him or her as a fellow artist and make a decision on that basis. Right of reply for you, Paul.
Well, Mark's sitting on the fence is actually 87, so he's pretty solidly with us here. I feel like that amount of space gives this beautiful sense of grace to the whole image, and that's repeated through beautifully by the softness of the kind of palette behind and the gentle kind of holding, and it's the dimensionality of allowing yourself to move in and around and beautifully around the frame across the subtle diagonals in the background and the little repetition of the trees, and the print quality is world class. Like I don't know what it's photographed on or how well it's printed, but it's a magnificent image, and I'm in gold. Feel free to come and join.
Okay, judges, if you'd like to rescore. Paul, don't forget you've got to re-enter your score.
Finalist, I should say, instead of gold.
Computer says no. We'd be at the pub already if it weren't for that computer system slowing us down.
So is it automatic or is it?
No, you've got to re-enter it. Yeah. Yep.
Did any drink orders that you want to?
I mean, automatic means I'm allowed to read.
Oh, okay. I'd love a hot chocolate. Yeah. You can't change your score now. Oh, I beg your pardon. You can, because it was an automatic challenge. Everybody's free. Oh, sorry, Paul. You're quite correct.
Nothing. I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, please.
What do you want?
Hot chocolate.
3 hot chocolate?
East Way style.
I'm still getting over the sugar from the
Take. We should first of all congratulate this print for being a finalist. And now we'll take a coffee orders. How many more prints have we got? We've got just a few more. Yep.
Just only one left.
Ask her to wait. She'll tell her there's about 10 orders coming out if she waits. 5 hot chocolates, all right. Next print.
All respect. No, I'm different price. Stay in one case. I'm a big one for really solid.
Yeah, I walked up to it and I thought, I'd almost go gold on this. He did, so I don't like supporting Paul very much, but I thought on this occasion he deserved it. Yeah, that's right. Every now and then you got to give him his due every now and then. Do you need some cash for it or a card? I know people who know. Okay. I'd like to meet them. That is just absolutely beautiful. What a beautiful mood, do you think, Tim?
It is exquisite.
Do you see where I'm coming from?
Absolutely exquisite.
Yeah, I just look at the way that is. I'm just really looking forward to you talking about why you gave it 95, because I think I'm going to agree with everything you've said.
I'm just looking at that tree to the left there, and the tonal range in it, the detail, the dimensionality of it. You can walk around it, sitting in the landscape, the detail in the seats nearby, getting those blacks in the seats, and just offset with that other the trees as the counterpoint on the other side of the right-hand side of the image. It's just a beautiful composition, beautiful detail, luscious in every way.
Jackie?
Yeah, it is very beautiful. I actually saw this as 2 images. I saw this as 2 images. With that sort of negative space in the middle there. But yeah, I gave it a 85, but I'm happy to come up.
It's not like any of us have been hard on the picture. Bill?
No, I agree. Look, unlike many of the landscapes that we've rewarded today have been 2-dimensional, this is a true 3-dimensional image and you can walk into it. I mean, this is what's really important about this image, is that space in the middle invites you to walk in there and stand and look at the whole thing and admire it. Notoriously difficult to print this kind of thing, you know. It's been handled really, really well. I think it is a deserving finalist.
Yep. Right of reply, Tim?
I'm happy with the confirmation. That springboard in the middle it just invites you in to do the 3-dimensional walk around. It's fantastic, and all the subtle detail in the background. It's not wanting for anything.
Thank you, judges. If you'd like to rescore, Tim, if you could put yours in at 95. Well done. We have a finalist with an average score of 92. Well done. So, judges, we've got 4 reviews to go. So this is a yes or no, and this is whether moving up from one category to the other. And if you are very good, for those of you who have ordered hot beverages, we may oblige.
Yes or no?
Okay.
It's not an intellectual.
What a shame. No battery.
Was that phone a friend?
Tinder?
No, I don't think so.
I had a photographer in one of my workshops, and he was one of the designers and inventors of Tinder.
Oh, was
So,
he?
yeah.
No, dangerous to do that.
Alrighty. So, show your cards yes or no to me.
So what are we deciding?
So they're all 79, so they're going up.
Okay, so these are all commended. Should they become semi-finalists?
First print.
So, Bill, if you could,
Show your cards.
does this go up to semi-finalist status or stay as a commended?
Oh, show me. That's no.
Yeah, sorry, you're showing.
Showing me. So,
Showing Bruce.
So that is staying at.
I was going through the chair.
Yeah, I know, but the chair's falling asleep waiting for his coffee. Oh, hot chocolate. Ooh.
Upside down. Mr. Squiggle.
Okay, scoring 79 at the moment. It's commended. Should it go up to a semi-finalist?
Voting on Paul. That's a yes.
Yes, up to semi-finalist status. Equivalent of 80. Raucous round of applause. Next print, please. Come on, John, hurry up, mate. Come on.
Is that the author?
That's right.
So we have another 79. It's a commended, highly commended print. Should it be highly commended?
No.
No, it stays as highly commended. As commended, I should say. As opposed to...
Majority rules, mate.
And we have one more coming along. Mr. Ansell is working as quickly as his body will allow him. Thank you, John.
Right.
Love your work. So, roll of drums, what's it going to be?
It's a no.
It's a no. It stays where it is. So, that is the end of the landscape category. Our thanks to Canson Infinity as the sponsor of the category. Our thanks to the judges. Thanks to our huge audience of 25,000 it's grown to now. And thanks to all of the online people. I think that is over and out. Oh, wedding will be happening shortly.
Yes or no? Okay. All right. Ready to go back to the folder?
Judges, lunch for the judges.